Welcome y'all to the Incredidrome Podcast. Brand new episode. It's been a minute. It's been a little bit of a minute since I've actually sat down and done a full episode of this show. And for good reason. Life. No, but seriously, I mean, it's kind of been a bit of a combination between life things. I'm in the process of starting, my own business, so that's taken a lot of time. I've had time here and there to put up more singular type videos, trailer reactions and things on the channel. Haven't done many in-depth reviews, which is something that I know that I definitely need to hop on in the near future. But now I'm finding myself at a point where I've honed in how I want the structure of this podcast itself to be. And I feel at a really good place right now to make it a thing, make it a regular thing, and continue on forward and doing what I love to do. That's to commentate on messy internet shit, okay? No, but in all seriousness, it's I love the ability that the internet provides, not just me, but provides all of us. It provides all of us a space to be able to be heard. At the end of the day, that's what this is. This is an avenue for us to create our own spaces and give ourselves a voice that maybe we never felt that we had. And that's not a bad thing to me. Now, of course, there are certain aspects of this internet space that can be weaponized against people. It can be harmful towards people and cultures and things like that. But if you are somebody who is hell-bent on fighting against those things, I highly encourage you to create a space of your own, to speak on and trudge forth and fight against all of the injustices that bog down these internet spaces. Create a positive space for yourself. Create a creative space for yourself. Create a space where you can work on being you, where you can work on being heard. Even if nobody sits here and listens to this in this moment right now, to me, that's fine. It is completely fine in the fact that even though nobody hears me, I hear myself. And I feel good about standing behind things that I feel strongly about and just putting it out there. You're just putting your voice out there into the ether. Whether or not it gets validated by anybody is irrelevant, okay? You want to know why? Because you are validating yourself. And of course, when I say things like this, I'm really, really, really only speaking to the people that speak from the heart, for the people that are genuine, for the people that are good-natured. Okay, I'm not speaking to people like the Ben Shapiros of the internet. I'm not speaking to the people or people like Steven Crowder. I'm not speaking to people like Alex Jones. I'm not speaking to people like Tim Pool. While everybody should be able to have a voice, that doesn't mean that what you're saying is good and is valid. If you're somebody who is intentionally trying to be harmful towards anyone, while you have the right to do so, It doesn't bring any justification or validity to what it is that you're doing. And that, my friends, is a perfect segue into getting to a pretty big topic of discussion that's happening in the YouTube and Twitter space at the moment. It's not something that I've seen on TikTok, which is, I don't expect to. I mean, this is kind of like more of a YouTube, Twitter-centric drama that's going on between Def Noodles and Papa Gut. Now, Def Noodles last night hosted a Twitter space where for 6+ hours, he was basically having conversations. I'm going to, be as nice about it as possible right now until I start hearing some fuck shit. But he hosted a space of conversation with a lot of people who sat there and essentially sucked his dick the entire time, rode the coattails of alleged defamation Noodles. But then he also spoke to a lot of people of opposing opinion, people that were rightfully so calling him out for the disingenuous rhetoric that he's been spewing on Twitter since he came back. Dude was banned from Twitter for a year? Whether it was right or it was wrong, it happened, okay? And a year later, he gets his account back, and in my opinion, he's been on quite the rampage. And battling people that he refers to as internet trolls. Basically, anybody that has an opposing opinion to him is considered a troll. He's invalidating people's understanding of what it is that he's doing. He's just like, well, if you don't agree with me, you're wrong. Move on. It's like he's spent so much time on his platform, on YouTube, on his Def Noodle show, or his I'm a cat in a Minecraft house. He's spent all this time doing all of these satirical but like semi-serious type videos condemning people like Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder and Tim Pool and Alex Jones and Joe Rogan. Even though, Joe Rogan I question a lot. But he still falls into that category with certain things that he said. While he's not as involved in that category as like a Steven Crowder or a Tim Pool or a Ben Shapiro, he still deserves a spot there. Maybe at the bottom of the totem pole, or maybe, maybe 25% up, but not fully at the top. The point is that Def Noodles has spent so much time condemning these people and their harmful rhetoric, to now essentially doing the same thing that he has been involved in accusing them of doing. And that drives me insane. That literally drives me insane. I am somebody who, I used to watch Def Noodles. I used to watch him faithfully, okay? The people that I watch on YouTube, I watch with vigor, and I'm there. I'm here for it. If I support you, I fucking support you, okay? And I came into Def Noodle space, when he was doing this whole cat in the Minecraft house thing, I even fucking got cat ear fucking headphones because I thought it was hilarious, his whole shtick. So I was like, I think it would be kind of cute, to have cat ear headphones and what. Like, it's not like I was necessarily like trying to rip him off or anything. But I thought, I mean, I know it's not necessarily original to do so, to have cat ear headphones, but like, I got mine because I thought it was cute that's what he was doing. And while I didn't think it was, hilarious, while I think that it's, hey, if you call yourself a comedian, bud, hey, by all means, believe in yourself. Strive to be what you want in this life. We only have one life, so if you got a dream, fucking live it to your best ability. But it's come to a weird point where a lot of these harmful things that Def Noodles has been saying, he's now hiding behind the fact. It's like, well, I'm just a comedian. You can't just take what I say seriously. But the thing is, Def, there are a lot of impressionable people that take what you say seriously. Even though you were doing, your news, in a very satirical way as being cat in a Minecraft house. You're speaking on things that have weight. You're speaking on these topics that have weight. You have influence. While I, hate the term influencer and things, there's truth to it. There's a reason why the word influencer exists, and why people like Def Noodles and Papa Gut, or people on TikTok like, Victoria Paris, there's a reason why these people have the label of being an influencer, because you are influencing minds. You are influencing opinions. While that's not something that you like that might not be a responsibility that you want for yourself, but you have to recognize the fact that it's a reality. It is a reality that you are influencing a lot of people's opinions. So when you come into the space and you just start spewing negative, harmful, hateful rhetoric, you have to understand that you are bringing on negative influence. Negative, harmful, despicable influence. And of course, this is all in my opinion. Everybody has the right to feel however they want about it. But in my opinion, this is what this is. And this is a road that he's going down that I just can't support. It's simple. I can't support it. So, again, back to Def Noodles hosted a 6+ hour Twitter space last night, right? Talking to a lot of people. Spoke to Rich Lux. He spoke to Adam McIntyre. There were a lot of people that were just kind of bystanders and just listening. I had no idea what was going on, so as I'm waking up this morning, I'm finding out all this shit is happening. I've listened to bits and pieces of, the beginning and the middle of the space itself. But the one part that I listened to the most of before I decided to do this morning was the portion where he actually spoke to Papa Gut. So he spoke to Papa Gut for the last 2 hours of the 6-hour Twitter space. Now I do plan on going back and listening to the whole thing because I want full context and full view of the constant moving in a circle that I noticed he was doing in, the 2 hours I listened. All right. So before I go ahead, because I am going to react here on the podcast to the entirety of the Papa Gut Def Noodles conversation. Before then, for context, I thought it was a good idea. I thought it would be a good idea to go back to Papa Gut's video. Okay? So Papa Gut did a video. This was a couple days ago. It's called Def Noodles is a Bad Person. Alright? Now, this video currently has 34,000+ views. It's got 3.2 likes. Obviously, we can't see the dislikes. I kind of wish that we could. The comments have been overwhelmingly... Now, granted, this is Papa Gut's YouTube space, but the comments are overwhelmingly noticing the truth of this situation. Okay? Something that Def Noodles can't seem to do, and continues to double down and hide behind this whole concept of he's a comedian, don't take me seriously. Okay? So again, for context, I want to play Papa Gut's video first because he kind of fully encapsulates the context of the beef and where it began to where it's at. And I think it's a good way to begin and transition into the debate, conversation, whatever, that happened between them last night. So let's go ahead and let's begin with Papa Gut's video.
Twitter. So let's see what Def Noodles has to say here. Def Noodle. Let's see what he's got to say.
Just one, Def Noodle.
Let's see. Oh, here we go again with like false assault accusations. He got famous on TikTok for joking about 14-year-old girls. Then gets offended. Someone jokes about him, but you know he was right. I shouldn't have said. Should have said he makes himself so small in his videos to hide the fact that he looks like a pedophile. This is pretty bad.
Oh, it's so funny. Oh my god. Where's the joke, Def? Where's the joke? Oh my god, it's hilarious. Oh, that's a knee slapper if I've ever fucking heard one. I mean, give me a fucking break, dude. Come on.
So, this is going to make it look really bad for you in your lawsuit against Keemstar.
Oh, I didn't even talk about that. The truth. Literally what Papa Gut just said is the literal truth. The fact that these two scenarios, him attacking Papa Gut and kind of, insinuating that he's a pedophile and then tagging the FBI, saying that he should be on a watch list, and then claiming it's a joke, is literally what he's suing Keemstar for. It's the same. It is literally the same. Now, Def in the conversation with Papa Gut, of course, argues that it's not the same, that it's objectively different. And it's like, dude, no. If you get down to the basis of what it is, okay, you're mad at Keemstar because he made a joke insinuating that you are a groomer and a pedophile, right? And that you should be deplatformed, whatever. So you do the same thing to Papa Gut, but you don't tag, anybody from YouTube or anything like that. You fucking tag the FBI and say that he should be on a watch list because he looks like a pedophile. And then quote tweet this, say you're joking, you made what? Come on, dude. It's so disingenuous. It is like it blows my mind. It literally drives me fucking crazy. That Def Noodles literally can't just be like, look, dude, I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have done it. I was mad at you for the conversation that we had. And this is what I did in retaliation because I have things that I need to work on within myself. And this is how I reacted, and it was wrong of me, and I sincerely apologize. To me, it's so simple. It's so simple. If he would have done that, I would have felt cool about it. Even though Papa Gut, even if that would have happened, Papa Gut may have been like, I still don't believe you that you're genuine. Which is valid because, he's the only one that really needs to accept an apology from him. But if Def would have done that, I would have felt better about it. I would have been like, okay, I wouldn't even be making this right now. But the only reason why I'm doing this right now is because I feel so strongly about the fact that, no, this needs to continue to be talked about. Even if nobody watches my video, even if nobody gives a fuck about me, Zach Ray, as a creator here that I'm trying to build a platform and have conversations and I'm trying to have fun with my channel and things like that. But when I feel strongly about something, I need to talk about it. And this is something that I feel very strongly about. I had an entire episode planned. My first episode back, I had an entire episode wanting to talk about Ben Affleck coming back to Aquaman, talking about Rob Zombie doubling down on the fact that the internet's a piece of shit because they keep coming after him for the monsters. I want to talk about these things. But when you have situations like this happening between two creators that are, that they garner a pretty big fan base. Now, Def Noodles obviously has a bigger fan base than Papa Gut, but that doesn't negate anything that Papa Gut says. That doesn't make him any less of a person in this space. So, because I feel so fucking strongly about it, this is now what this has become. I don't want to do this, but I feel, regardless of whether I feel like I want to or not, it doesn't take away from the fact that it is very important that things like this, disingenuous scenarios like this, get called out. Because if they don't, and they just get left open for continued interpretation, then it becomes harmful. If you don't attack these things head on and call it out and hold these people accountable, it will continue to happen and will only get worse. Okay, some people will call it this woke culture, all that bullshit. This is not what that is. This is literally one man weaponizing this scenario, this anger that he has towards him, weaponizing rape culture, weaponizing pedophilia, weaponizing his audience. Now, let me not mince words. This is harassment, okay? This is a clear indicator of the beginning of harassment. Now I'm gonna move forward because I don't want to keep talking, but I'm gonna move forward in the fact that this is the beginning stages of a harassment scenario. Okay. Now, obviously, if you're watching this, you've seen how it's already transpired. Now it's all about seeing, okay, so how are we gonna move forward now this week? But these were the beginning stages of harassment. Okay, and it's not okay. It is not okay. Now, if Papa Gut really was a harmful commentary channel, I watch him regularly. I see all of the important conversations that he has. I don't agree with everything that he says, but who agrees with everything anybody says? The important thing is that he is a human being who has important conversations, who's not afraid to do so. And when he makes a mistake, acknowledges it. This is one thing that I can say about Papa God, is that he's a content creator that, even though he has a big fan base or like a big following, he still pays attention to his comments. He still very much pays attention to how people react to what he's saying, and he listens and he absorbs. And then he utilizes that to be able to jump into other conversations with a new perspective. He does that. Now, if you don't recognize that he does that, then you don't watch his content. And if you don't watch his content, that's fine. But I'm telling you, as somebody that literally watches his content, this is the type of person that he is. Def Noodles is not that person. I'm sorry to tell you. Def Noodles is not that person. Def Noodles literally will continue to fight you on the fact that what he's doing is justified and correct because he has the word comedian in his bio. That's all I'm going to say.
Because he called you a pedophile without any actual evidence, and this is what you're doing to me right now.
Exactly.
What's really interesting is that this is two things. For one, I've already deeply explained the context of this to Def Noodles personally. We had a live conversation about this. And he's also tweeting this, that I made an inappropriate joke.
Ads!
Go home.
Sorry, Papa. Here we go.
Joke, which I consistently keep saying was an inappropriate joke regardless of the context. But this was the joke. The joke was if she's old enough to bleed. And he literally, for what he did, he duetted it. What is it called? What is that called? He decided to, what is it called? Retweeted it. He retweeted the entire context. You're wow. He retweeted the context. Here's the context.
Special.
The joke was, if she's old enough to bleed, she's old enough to breed. Thank you very much, Andre Lopez, for the advice, right? It was a satirical call-out since he allegedly slept with the 14-year-old. It's a joke I've condemned multiple times, but that person isn't interested in honesty. Somehow, he looked at this and said, I'm going to nail Papa Gut on this point. What are you talking about? The reality here, I'm going to be very clear, is I've been very active in the deplatforming of 2 predators on TikTok. That's what I've done. And this is a bad joke I never should have said. But I find it interesting that somebody like Def Noodles, who is virtue signaling...
See, here's the difference between, again, not that I really need to further kind of bring this point home, but the difference between them is the fact that Papa Gut literally has multiple times acknowledged that this, horrible fucking joke that he made was just that. Fucking horrible, okay? It was horrible, alright? But in the full context of it, it was used to basically call out this fucking horrible Andres Lopez fucking piece of shit, right? It wasn't like he was saying this as like, ha ha ha, so funny, let's go out and, support these dudes, effing children. Like, that's not what it was. So for Def Noodles to literally take that and run with it, and he keeps using it as his talking point, is what's disingenuous, especially after they had like a 2+ hour fucking debate that made Def look terrible, okay? Terrible. He looked so fucking terrible and unhinged in that conversation that they had prior. Alright? So with him being somebody who's already had this explained to them, the full context of the scenario, he keeps continuing trying to weaponize it against Papa Gut. Even though he's already had the conversation, already understands. They've even had conversation offline, from what I understand, from, Papa Gut speaking about it in a video, in DMs and whatnot. That's literally the definition of being disingenuous. Because for the people that don't know the truth of that, if Papa Gut didn't come out and defend himself and continue to bring this point in and continue to contextualize it, then the conversation would literally just be led for people to just interpret what Def Noodles is saying as truth. Again, influencing other minds, young minds at that. There's a lot of young people that watch Def Noodles, okay? You're influencing young minds to believe that this man, Papa Gut, is a pedophile. That's what you're doing. That is literally what you're doing. And the fact that you can't own up to the fact that that's what it is disingenuous and fucking disgusting. Absolutely.
And trying to, again, deplatform somebody who has actually used his platform for good. As of right now, we're watching Def Noodles get completely rolled over in a conversation about gay rights. And he has the audacity to criticize me for this.
Oh yeah, with Christian
This doesn't
Walker.
really work out well.
There's another horrible fucking conversation that he had with Christian Walker. I mean, come on, dude. You're literally talking to this dude who's just literally demeaning an entire community of people that all they want is acceptance. You don't have to agree with what they do, but just acceptance as a human being. And you're literally letting him spew all this harmful rhetoric and not appropriately challenging him in a debate, in an intelligent debate. If you're going to create a space for debating harmful rhetoric, then know how to do it. Simple. You don't see me going into fucking debate spaces talking, because I'm not a good debater. I'm very passionate about the things that I believe in, but I can have the conversation here and work out my ideas. I can write my notes and stuff and work out my thoughts about things after, kind of like ruminating on them in my own mind. But I'm not somebody who is, trained to be able to go out and have an informed debate with somebody who's a piece of shit and does this professionally. I'm not that person. Def Noodles is not that fucking person, which is why his conversation with Christian Walker is also harmful and continues to allow the negative cloud that hangs over Christian Walker to be able to he platformed it and pushed it toward his audience, influencing their opinion, where they can be at a point where they can be like, I see some validity in what Christian Walker's saying, when the truth of it is that what he's doing is harmful. Okay? Harmful to people. He's literally only doing it for clout and attention because it brings views. He has negative intent in his speaking. And Def didn't call shit out, correctly or intelligently. Just like he couldn't do that with Papa Gut, because there was nothing. There was literally nothing. He literally just fucking, he shrivels up and then just outbursts and screams and thinks that he's being heard when he raises his voice and talks over people and says the same thing, goes in a complete circle saying the same shit. He thinks that's useful. He thinks that that's informed. Dude, it's not. It's literally not.
This is bad. This kid's a fucking idiot. Put this on a watch list. He looks very suspicious. Okay.
He is an idiot.
Realistically speaking, I'm not going to sue him. Joe Rogan Gemini. The reality is that like this isn't going to go the way Dennis wants. I'm not going to have an emotionally provoked response.
It currently is not going the way that he wants. Simple.
Like he's not going to get the reception that he wants to get. Also, I guess he's showing pictures of me he Googled. Wow. Okay. Cool. Okay. This is it? This is the only thing? Okay. All right. Very cool. Yeah, he did call me a predator. It is what it is, man. This is what virtue signaling about pedophilia looks like. Dennis doesn't care about kids getting raped. He's a worthless human being that doesn't actually care.
It's the truth. Because honestly, if Def Noodles really did care from the heart, truthfully, the conversation last night would have went so different. But he continues to double down on the point that he was just joking. It's like, dude, just admit you were wrong and have the real conversation in condemning real pedos. Okay? Real people that harm children. Real people that harm women. Real people that harm the LGBTQ plus community. Real people that harm black people. Real people that harm indigenous people. Fight those fights. Don't fight this fight because you're mad at somebody that railroaded you in a debate. Because that's at the end of the day what this is. He just doesn't like Papa Gut. So he's trying to make an example out of him. But you're not winning. You are not winning. Fight real fights. Okay? Champion better conversation. And quit this bullshit.
My platform on the line multiple times to call shit like this out. I lost one of my TikToks one time with like 600,000 views because I called out Zoe Laverne. This is just what Dennis does, man. This is just what Dennis does, and I know it's to get me to have an emotional response here. But like realistically speaking,
that's all it is.
I'm not going to take the bait. Dennis is already very infamous for not having any credibility and for twisting stories. And realistically, here he's doing it again. The problem is he's showing full context, so it doesn't even make him look good.
Not at all.
That's it. It just makes him look really bad. So here, I guess I should tweet back to him. I had to write out a thoughtful tweet in the middle of this. So let me just read what I had to say, because I think it's very important, and I actually do believe this. So, first of all, the reason that I took pictures of this is because I know what Def wants me to do. Is he wants me to just quote tweet this so that the context isn't directly available unless you go take time out of your day to keep clicking through. He wants to get locked in a chain of conversation so that this fully contextualized explanation gets lost in the comments. The thing is that you're fucking stupid as shit, Def. You are incredibly dumb. You have absolutely no intellect or integrity, and you're very easy to read. So I know the game that you're playing, okay? So I decided to make it a picture instead, because this makes more sense, right? So the context doesn't get lost, because I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to misinterpret me as a pedophile. But I've done a lot to deplatform actual predators. 20-something-year-olds trying to fuck 13-year-olds and rape them. That's who I've deplatformed. 27-year-olds trying to get...
have the real conversations is exactly what I was saying. It's like, dude, have the real conversations. Have the real conversations with the correct intent and move forward accordingly.
It's to meet up sending their dick to 13 and 14.
Why is this so hard to understand?
What do you do every day? What have you done with your platform? I've constantly called out predatory content creators. It's a big part of my content. And then I also educate young men on rape culture. That's what I do, Def. What do? You get rolled in a fucking conversation with Christian Walker about gay rights. You look like a fucking idiot moron constantly. And this is the game that you want to play with me? When we first talked, I gave you a tremendous amount of charitability. But it's gone now. The reality is you're like worthless. You're a worthless content creator. You don't do anything positive. You are a drama news reporter, and that's totally fine. But don't come into my fucking space, because you don't have the intellect to be able to talk about these things. You don't have the intellect, the humility. You don't have anything, okay?
I think that's a key word, too. The key word that drives home pretty much everything of what I was just saying is that Def Noodles doesn't have humility to this. He doesn't. He has a tremendously large ego. A tremendously large ego. So much so that he just can't admit when he's wrong, and instead doubles down and gets loud, shouts, and just says stupid shit. Sit down. Be humble. Okay? If there's anything we learned from that song, sit down. Be humble. Okay, now I'm just being silly. This is a serious topic. I shouldn't be silly.
This is a space that I've come into, and it's very difficult. Constantly engaging and getting things wrong on slight nuances every single day. Doing the best that you can to put yourself and your credibility on the line, to have conversations, talk about shit, and educate people on very necessary social issues, especially as somebody who is a man. I educate young men on not putting young women into situations where they'll take advantage of them, because this is how this happens. These power dynamics are so subtle, and a lot of young men are assaulting women without even realizing it. They're taking them out to dinner, and they're just being aggressive because this is what society teaches them. And then they're over pushing, and then women get afraid, and they stop saying no. And it's these really nuanced things. And this is what I'm doing. I'm educating a group of young men on being good young men. What the fuck are you doing? You're trying to deplatform me. Why? Because I upset you? I hurt your feelings? Why? Because you know that at the end of the day, I'm the direct fucking person to point to for your deplatforming as a fucking content creator, because you fucked with me. And last time you fucked with me, I was super charitable, because it was the first interaction I had with you. And my wife, she called you out to be a disingenuous piece of shit, and I still gave you the benefit of the doubt. And now here you are months later playing this fucking game with me. The charitability's gone. This is it, Def. I want you to understand this, okay? Your podcast is horseshit. You have no intellect. It's abysmal. Listening to this is horrible. You're letting Christian Walker roll you over on fucking social issues. It's insane. people watching this, young impressionable people watching this, going, wow, Christian Walker's making a really good point about how we shouldn't have pride flags in the classroom, about how gay people shouldn't be openly gay in the classroom, about how kids who might come out as gay should have their parents told.
And the thing about this, too, is the fact Christian Walker he's gay. As a gay man, he sits and he's saying these things on Death Noodles' platform, and he let him do it with his whole chest, and did nothing to pick apart and dismantle that argument. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. Ugh.
In fucking conservative areas that can get them hurt by their parents. These are really good points, Christian. Like, this is what you do. You have negative impacts on every single fucking social issue that you touch. It's the same thing when we had our first interaction, when we had the situation with that Killick and that girl, where you didn't give a fuck that they were calling a 17-year-old a fucking rapist, a predator, and a pedophile because he was trolling a guy about his sister, and it was wrong what he did. And I talked to the 17-year-old young man, not the fucking grown adult that you are. The 17-year-old young man, I educated on him on not saying those things because they're disgusting. But I understand he's not a fucking rapist, a pedophile, and a predator. But that's what he was being called, and you don't care because you don't care if kids get fucking raped, Dennis. You don't give a shit. You've never talked to somebody who's been raped. You never talked to anybody who actually this deeply fucking hurts. Like, have you ever been in a situation where you've sat down and you'd looked a fucking survivor in the eye and you listened to them tell their fucking story? Have you ever heard this? Have you ever sat down and listened to this? In a situation where there's nothing you can do but listen, when the only thing you want to...
The truth is he hasn't. That's the thing. He hasn't. Because if he had, he would be able to have more informed conversation about it. And he would be able to humbly but intelligently create safe spaces for these conversations. It really is just that simple. It's just that fucking simple.
It's an anger, emotional response that's going to have a profoundly negative impact on that person who's just trying to tell you their story. They're focusing on you, and you get to the situation where you get so upset and so worked up, you make it about you. What the fuck do you do, Dennis?
I think we've established that he does absolutely nothing. Abso-fucking-lutely nothing to bring a positive space, a positive, safe space where victims truly can go and listen and feel protected. I mean, that's just the truth. That is literally the objective truth.
What the fuck do you do? What the fuck do you do every day? You want to come on here and play false fucking rape accusations? Have you ever talked to somebody who talks about how they were fucking raped as a child? What do you do every day? Because if you fucking did, you wouldn't play this shit. This shit is fucking serious, Dennis.
Dude, what he's saying is 100% valid. 100% valid. And just seeing and feeling his emotion and how passionate he is about this is what we need from Death Noodles. Passionately speaking against this shit. Not being a part of the harmful space that continues to attack victims. It makes me so mad. It makes me so mad because I understand Papa Gut's frustration in this situation. Now, I don't understand it from the point... Well, I don't want to say that, because, I mean, I was going to say that I don't understand it from the point of being accused of being a pedophile, but the truth is I do, because all of my life, as being somebody who is a gay man, all of my life has literally just been spent of being looked at as someone who is a child groomer, someone who is just not a safe person to have around young people, someone who's thought of as predatory, just for being a gay man. I'm a gay man that likes men. I don't like kids. I mean, come on now. Like, I mean, okay, like, I love children, okay? I've got a lot of nieces and nephews, and, like, I'm very good with kids, and, I love kids like that, okay? But I'm not somebody who thinks about... It's hard. It's hard for me to even talk about this because, again, this is something that I faced my entire fucking life, and it has this just there's just this weird understanding, weird, harmful understanding that homophobic people have, that gay means predator. I'm going to say this. I don't want to say too much because I know there are certain people that watch me, that follow my social media, that follow me on TikTok or whatever, that were actually involved in this situation. But I had a very specific situation happen to me when I was younger. I was about... maybe 12, 13, I think. And I literally had a family member contact my mother. Okay. And this was after I had spent like a week with them in another state. It was kind of like, like this summer vacation that I did. I spent at their house, family, with their children. And after they sent me back home, they went to my mother and basically said that, oh, here's another thing that I forgot. I actually got sent home early from this trip. Was supposed to be there longer, but was driven home earlier. And they went to my mother and basically said, I'm sorry, this is like really hard to talk about because it's like I was very young when this happened, and it really pisses me off because I was a child when this happened. So now being an adult, just kind of thinking about how it all played out, and then to have this person in my adult life think it's okay to just like pretend like it never happened, it just pisses me off. But they basically went to my mother and said that they no longer want me around their children, and that nothing happened, but they have to think about the safety of their children without providing full context of what they meant by that. And that led to years, literal years of pain, confusion, trauma that I had because I never was able to understand at the time. I understand now, and I see it very clearly now as an adult. But as a young child, I was never able to understand what they meant by what they said, and why there was such a divide that was created within my family against me. Family is just supposed to be that. They're supposed to be your ride or dies. They're supposed to be there for you. Family is supposed to represent love, acceptance, and all these things, right? But I come from a childhood experience where I was literally demonized from such a young age, from I'd say around 10 years old and up, was demonized for my sexuality. And the thing that's more disgusting about that now as an adult is the fact that they viewed me in that way when I was a child and didn't understand anything. I wasn't dating, other boys or anything. I wasn't sexually fucking active at 10, 11, 12, 13 years old. Okay? I wasn't any of these things. But just because maybe my wrist was a little limp in a certain direction, or because I may have had, a certain lisp, or, because I may have, switched my hip a certain way or things. All of that together means that I'm harmful to children. Why? Because I'm going to influence your child to want to, be with another man. I mean, come on. Like, it just, there are so many things I can say, but I want to be very careful about how I say it. But I just wanted to bring that up to say that these are what I'm talking about, what happened to me, what has happened to me over years of being who I am, is exactly the conversation that should be fought for. Because that is the reality. Okay? And people like Christian Walker, who can sit there with their whole fucking chest and talk about how, yeah, it's totally okay that kids get outed to their friends and their families for their sexuality. It's totally okay for them to be put in harm's way, because if they're coming from a very conservative and dangerous household, it's okay for them to be outed to that family, to potentially be harmed, to potentially be unalived, to be sent to, some kind of fucking conversion camp or something, to be able to shock therapy away all of this shit. This is the type of shit that this person was allowed to platform on Deaf Noodles' platform, to no real opposition. No real intelligent opposition. And again, to me, it is very vital and important, because it's something that directly affects me, so it's why I feel very strongly about it, which is why, again, I feel very sympathetic and understanding to why Papa Gut is responding in this way, because he very much comes from a situation where he has been directly faced with harmful traumas done to, whether it be someone or multiple people. And his emotion behind this speaks to the truth and genuine humility that he has as a man and a human being. It speaks to that. And Deaf Noodle's actions and words and lack of genuine nature. I don't want to be a piece of shit for piece of shit's sake, but the truth of the matter is that it speaks to his character. His actions speak to his character. His words speak to his character. Papa Gut's actions, words, and follow through to what he says and feels speak to his character. Now it's up to you to decide who's more genuine. I think you can tell where I stand at this point.
It's serious. And every single day, You can say that I'm inflated, but every single day that I make content, I try my best when we talk about these things to prevent this from happening in the future. This is what I do. You don't have to like it, Dennis. You don't have to like me. But every single day, I put my credibility on the line to say something that I mean, to have the right conversation with these people, with the young men in my fucking audience. That's what I do. I'm a real fucking man, Dennis, and I'm trying my best to educate these kids. But what are you doing? What are you putting on the line, Dennis? Other than your fucking credibility every single day. Because you look like a fucking moron. I don't like to get worked up. But we're talking about people, children getting fucking raped, Dennis. And you do nothing about it because you don't care. But I do. Because I care a lot, Dennis. And your attempt to try to deplatform me after a really bad fucking joke that I never should have made with good intentions, after a year of doing my best to operate in the best capacity to educate people, but also make sure that I don't come off in a way that puts people off, because I want people to listen to the message. And this is what it boils down to. You're stupid ass doing this shit, trying to attack my credibility as a person, as a content creator, as somebody who tries to educate young men. That's what you do. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. This is what I get mad about, Dennis. This is what I get upset about. What do you think about when you talk about topics, Dennis? When I sit down and I talk about topics of sexual assault.
You know what? I can answer that. He thinks about his own inflated ego. That's my summation. It's like, instead of thinking about how to appropriately and sensitively approach these topics,
Think about
with intelligence at that. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit play. It's all about self-serving ego massaging. That's what it feels like to me. And it's just like, it is so gross. It is so gross in the worst way. It is so fucking gross in the worst way. It's disappointing. As someone who has as much influence as he does, it really is disappointing. It's not shocking. It's not surprising. Because we see it every day. But it's disappointing.
every single survivor who's reached out to me and who said, this really fucked me up, Dennis. That's what I think about. And I hear these women and they tell me, you know, he wasn't a bad guy and he didn't even realize what he was doing. They asked me questions. They asked me, do you think that I was raped? After telling me a horrific situation, that's what they tell me, Dennis. That's what I think about. Every single time that I try to have these conversations with these young men is because I don't want another person to get violated. That's what I think about. What do you think about, Dennis, when you talk about this shit? What goes through your fucking head? This is a joke to you. It's a game to you. This isn't a game to me, Dennis. This is so real to me. This is real to me, Dennis. This fucks me up. Every single time that I've engaged in talking about some kind of a sexual assault, or I listen to somebody tell me about their sexual assault, or I try to deplatform a content creator about these horrible fucking things that they do. Do you know what I do, Dennis? Do you know what I've been doing for the past 2 years every time I deal with this, Dennis? I chain smoke and I eat like garbage. And it's not an excuse to do it. But like I was a little healthier before this. I don't like to tell people this because who the fuck am I? These people are telling me their real stories and I'm complaining about getting stressed from hearing them or trying to deplatform people. It's not even close to the amount of stress that they deal with. But that's the impact it has on me. And it doesn't even compare. It doesn't even compare to the stress that these people go through, that survivors go through. It doesn't even compare. It doesn't. It just doesn't compare. So I don't talk about it because it's stupid and it's unfair to those people because they shouldn't have to feel guilt for me getting upset, listening to their stories and trying to do something about it. Because I'm not hurting in any way, even close to them. But here we are, Dennis. This is what we get to do. We get to sit here, and now I get to. I just put in a situation where I feel like I just have to bare my entire fucking soul, and you're gonna listen to this and you're gonna laugh and you're gonna think it's funny. But you want to know what, Dennis? It's not funny.
But you know what? Honestly, there's so much truth to what he just said. Is the fact that, well, first of all, Def didn't listen. He didn't watch any of this. As he admitted to in the actual conversation that he had with Papa Gut last night, is that he didn't contextualize any of it. Okay? And that speaks to his lack of empathy, his lack of humility, and speaks directly towards his continually inflating ego. Because he feels that he's up here and that Papa Gut's down here. And that's just objectively false. False. Absolutely false. You know what? No. It's not objectively false. It's abso-fucking-lutely false. And the truth of that is you can see it and hear it in Papa Gut's voice. You can see it in his face. You can see the passion that he has in fighting these topics of injustice. It's clear to me. It's clear to a lot of people that I see online. It's even clear to the majority of people ratioing you in your fucking comments. So how is it that you can't see it? You want to know what that shows me? As I said earlier, it puts you in the same box of people like Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro and the rest of the peanut gallery, the conservative alt-right peanut gallery that you claim to strongly hate and speak out against. You're putting yourself in that same box, whether you want to admit it or realize it or not. That's literally what it's doing.
It's just not funny.
Now, okay, so he's done. The rest of the video is pretty much, it's just him just really kind of in his own head and really reacting to the emotion that he's felt from everything that he said. So I'm going to stop it there because if you really, if you care about seeing that sort of thing, if, hearing him and seeing his emotion as he is basically fighting to defend himself against someone who has zero credibility and zero humility for the things that they fucking talk about. If that wasn't enough for you, I don't know what else to say. Because again, it's pretty clear to me. So I have here, just this morning, we've got this channel. It's 7620313. Recorded the entire Twitter space. All 6 hours and 7 minutes. Now, Papa Gut comes in around 4 hours and 20 minutes, I think. But I thought it was a good point to start off at what they were discussing before Papa Gut actually came into the conversation. Because it got to a point where they're talking about him, and he pops in, and he's just like, yo, what are we talking about? So I thought it would be a good point to start there. So it's probably about 2 hours or whatever. I'm gonna try not to stop it because I don't want to sit here and record this all day. But I just want to get to the main points of it all and why the hypocrisy of Deaf Noodles needs to continue to be called out until he acknowledges his wrongdoing.
Look, it's very simple. Your audience grows with you. The people that leave, they'll always leave. Like, look at Nicholas Diorio. I follow him as well, and he used to make these whole massive hit pieces that were really well researched, but he's streaming now, so I just watch like the clips of his streams because I just don't have time to sit there for 4 hours and watch a stream, right?
Speaking of, who needs to come on next?
When you switch over from the what's it called, the Minecraft cat, right? When you switch over from him to the guy that you are now, right, and you started just swearing up a storm constantly, I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, is he okay? And you were like, this is just me, I'm leaving that behind. And your audience, we didn't leave, we just stayed because we liked the content and we liked you as a person. However, like, I unfollowed you here now and on YouTube because I just cannot bear what's happening right now. And I know that it's most likely because of like the new team that you have around you,
and that could very well be it.
Their money
that he literally is being influenced by the people around him. I mean, it's not uncommon. You cannot sit there and say
to me that the situation with Papa God was just one joke, because it wasn't. It wasn't just one joke. You said that he looked like a pedophile, then you called him a motherfucker here and there. That's what it is, right? But then you also had the whole "this is his van," plus the tag of the FBI. Like, that's taking it too far.
Tag the FBI, like saying, put him on a watch list.
To me,
that's not funny.
Bullying.
It's not funny.
When you have a kid in class who is being, like, his dad died, and you cannot get him, like, you can get Papa God on, oh, you're fat, oh, you have glasses, oh, you're bald. Instead, you went for something that is him. It's his person, right? He's this guy that's going up and trying to get other people to understand that sometimes you need to step back as a guy when it comes to a relationship and not be abusive towards your partner. And then here you are calling him out, saying that he looks like a pedophile. You didn't just say he looked like a pedophile. You showed a free candy car, a white van. You were literally implying that he is a pedophile. He is that thing.
But it was a joke. It was so funny.
And I don't like.
We just don't get
previously, I don't think you would have gone this far. I don't think you would have doubled down this much. But you went too far, and it's okay to admit to that. It's okay to say, "Oh,
that's an important point." Exactly what she said. It's such an important point. Is the fact that it is okay to admit that you were wrong. It is okay to take those fucking posts down that are still there. Tagging the FBI saying, "Yo, this motherfucker needs to be on a watch list he looks like a pedophile." You're literally setting up Papa Gut for harassment. You are, whether or not you meant it directly or indirectly or whatever, the intention to me is pretty obvious, but you are setting up Papa Gut for harassment. And you're spending so much time finding ways to excuse yourself from doing so, justifying your actions by simply saying, well, you see in my bio, it says that I'm a comedian. In Keemstar's bio, when he, was attacking me and calling me a pedophile and saying that I'm grooming kids, in his bio, it says that, he breaks news and he's a news person. He's a commentator. He brings the news to the audience. It doesn't matter It's the same thing. It is literally the same thing. The word comedian is not a cure-all for your inappropriate actions. So it is okay to admit it. Just fucking admit it. Just fucking admit it. And over time, it'll go away. But don't just admit it just so you can stop getting the hate. Or do what you're doing now, which is weaponizing the hate and attacking people in your comments for bringing up very valid criticism.
You shouldn't have people like Stephen Marcus saying, yeah, no, but he jumped on the bomb. Yeah, because it's your body jumping on the bomb. It's not him. You understand?
Okay. Hold up. So, yeah, 100%. I'm doing this. I never said that I didn't do it. Like I said earlier, I'm not the one who defines the line. You're defining your line where other people have said
but what you did do was kept saying, like, yeah, I'm like Stephen Colbert. And that's just how I
Dude, you're
play
nothing
things. It's
like
a comedian
Steve Colbert.
thing. It's not a comedian thing. Plus, Stephen Colbert has 17 writers. You have Stephen.
So hold on.
Like,
You've talked for a bunch of minutes. We all listened to you. So let me just get in my word for a little bit. 1 second. Stephen doesn't write for me. Stephen is just a co-host on my podcast. He's also a very good friend. He also knows a lot of other people, in LA that we know and all this other stuff. So. He's a host on my podcast. He's a very good friend. So I write the jokes myself. Eventually, maybe I'll hire writers, but I'm writing everything myself. I'm just now starting to find somebody to edit the stuff for me. So I've been editing and filming, doing all this stuff. At the end of the day, I understand what you're saying. I don't define the line. I walk to it. And if somebody sees a line, when you see a line, somebody will see it at a different place. And I understand everything you're saying. I don't really know what it is you want from me, but I understand
what do you mean?
I want you to be accountable for what you did.
100%.
Like, I don't. For me, you don't. There's no thing like lines. I listen to.
I don't know what you want me to do.
Basis,
I want you to fucking admit your faults.
I listen to him on a daily
down.
basis. That guy makes racist jokes, all the jokes, because he's like Howard Stern type of stuff, right? What you're doing, what Tommy doesn't do, right? Or what Howard Stern doesn't do, is keep pushing like this and still not be funny. Because it wasn't a funny joke.
Quick.
Okay,
real quick.
Sorry.
Hello, Papa Guts in the chat now, and he's ready to join. I believe he's home now.
Okay, I'm going through. Let me see.
I can step down.
Yeah. All right.
Real quick, I just want to say, leave Steven alone. He's a sweetie.
The amount of dick riding from the people that were in this conversation that were for Deaf Noodles is abysmal. It's fucking abysmal.
I just added him. Let's see. Let me see. Where'd he go? All right, just tried to add him again. I don't know if he's got to change something or what it is, but I mean, I see he's here listening. I keep inviting him to speak. I don't know if he has to accept it on his end, but I guess
he did make a tweet saying that he wasn't going to join. You can join him on his live.
Okay, well, we've done that before. If that's what he wants to do, that's fine. We'll go live, I guess, later this week or something. We'll figure something out. All right. So what else we got?
I know Nick Diorio said that he wanted to go on, or someone just sent me something saying he wanted to go on.
He can replace my spot. That's no problem.
Okay.
I didn't realize Adam McIntyre was still up
good.
there.
Hello.
Sorry, that's speaking to
What's up?
before I was listening before I actually came on.
It's fine.
Perfect.
To record
I don't think
this.
we've actually spoken before, in like the full year that we've had like an issue. It's weird. I just kind of want.
Hold up. So,
Sure.
Understand what issue do you think we have?
Nicholas
I
Dorio.
don't think I think you're
Oh, you
kind
like
of
me?
assuming.
Wait, you like me?
I honestly, I don't know you, so how can I form an opinion about you?
I don't know.
Kind of
Shut up, Dev. Are you fucking kidding me? It's amazing how someone can back down
Probably like the 4 tweets
and
about the
speak in
Michelin
circles
Man,
when they're
that
confronted
you
with the
you
very
didn't know it
person.
was like made out of tires, so you thought it was soft.
When you mean stuff, you according to your interpretation, you are doing it because you're tight with a person.
Yeah, I typically don't like a lot of the people I make videos on. That's why I say mean things.
All right. Well, I guess we differ in that sense.
Sure. I guess I kind of just wanted to ask you if you're like, are you self-aware in this? Do you kind of understand why people think you're a little crazy?
Look, I've been talking to
I think
people
that
for,
could have
I don't
been
even know
worded
how long
better,
this
but
is
you
going,
know,
but,
that's just my opinion.
you know, I'm listening.
I almost feel bad for you because a lot of these
Whether or not
conversations
people
have been insane.
like you mean like mental institution
No,
crazy?
no,
You
no,
mean
no.
like
I think if you're gonna like kind of like if you're gonna go at Death, like you have to do it intelligently.
Like how crazy? Like
Don't
what
just
do
be
you
like,
mean?
dude, you're fucking nuts. Like no, like
Not
call
fucking
out
put this guy
specific
in a cage,
things.
he's gonna hurt somebody crazy.
Okay. What makes you think I'm off my rocker?
Because I feel like we've been looping for like the past year or so. I feel like the same critiques that I made in, I don't know, like fucking December of 2020, was that? Are like the same ones that you're hearing now. Like,
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
and what do you think? Like, I mean, I pretty much outlined everything I did before you even made, I think, your videos. I don't remember specifically when you published them, but I remember end of 2019 was before a lot of people on commentary started making videos. I did an interview where I literally talked about the exact same things.
Oh,
that
you're
I'm
talking about the
That-
Vulture one, right?
This actually circles back to a point that was made hours ago, which is, you know, to what extent do people want to accept what I do or place what they want it to be on it?
Okay, yeah,
like,
yeah, but Dennis, I watched. I'm the only one on the call who's listened to your Vulture interview. I'm the only one here who has.
Okay.
He's like, nobody listened to it.
No, actually,
I'm the only one.
This in the second one. I have a quote from the guy that you talked to from the Vulture. I think his name is Jesse David Fox.
Yeah.
Okay.
So explain. Talk about it.
All right. So this is the quote that he said. It's not always clear which part is real and which part is a joke. And even what the joke even is sometimes, as much as he says it's just a character, I don't know if I always believe him. You know, he clearly gets something out of reporting in this world, and even after talking to Dennis, my producers and I were unsure which parts were real and which parts weren't. So you're saying that this is like the biggest comedy podcast, and I heard you say that earlier, and even they don't understand your gimmick. So, I mean, at what point do you kind of go insanity?
I mean, that's fair to say about Colbert too. People thought Colbert was 100% real when he was doing his shit.
Yeah, but there are people who also think Colbert is like funny.
You're getting right now. You're getting like a summary of what he said, and if you go through, he actually asks me that. He asks me. He said, "Are you serious? Are you not?"
Post-interview summary.
Exactly.
He doesn't
So of
believe
course,
you.
he's teasing his interview with that summary, right? Now, I mean, the full context of everything I explained isn't presented there because otherwise you wouldn't listen to the podcast. But I explain it very clearly from A to Z, how I arrived at the concept of the channel, how it evolved, and what is real and what isn't. And that's fine that was his conclusion. That seems to be the conclusion that a lot of people arrive at. That's totally fine. The intention is still the same. Now,
But it's not just a lot of people that arrive there, Dennis.
No, it
There's
gets to
people
a
who
point
are
of-
like ontologically like they're like opposed to each other. If I'm agreeing
It
with
gets
somebody
to a
on the
point.
H3H3 subreddit and Adam McIntyre and Cat 10 Barge, people who are completely different than me that I disagree with almost everything else they say, there's like a large sample size of people who have this issue with you.
Like, what do you want me to do?
I want you to realize that you're the problem, not everyone else around you.
So when did I say that everybody else was a problem? I mean, then I'm the problem.
That's what
fine.
I hope on the stream is.
But you're...
everyone just doesn't get my jokes. You've been
Dude.
doing the same bits.
So if you're recognizing it's a problem, you are okay with just continuing the issue and not resolving anything? You're literally doing the same shit that you accuse Steven fucking Crowder and Ben Shapiro of doing. I don't understand what he doesn't get.
All I did was say that I wanted to tell jokes every day, and that the news made it easy because there's...
Dude, if you want to tell jokes, tell fucking jokes.
So...
I mean, go fucking do stand-up. Do that. Cut this bullshit out.
Like I said earlier, I created a Dilbert sketch. If people want a Dilbert comic strip, if people want to see it as Hemingway and expect it to be Hemingway, then that's on them. That's my problem for creating the Dilbert comic strip and only being talented enough to create a Dilbert comic strip. I wish I was Hemingway or F. Scott Fitzgerald, but I'm not. So
Dude,
this is what I'm giving people, and this is what it is. I mean, people are...
He's like, don't expect me to be Shakespeare. Just take me as I am. Okay, well then we're going to take you as you are. A fucking piece of shit, disingenuous human being.
All right, well,
Simple.
we're not going to agree on this one. Want to move on to the next point?
Hold on one second. Here's the thing. If you don't like what he does or what he says, you can block him, mute him, don't watch him, and then stop complaining about it.
Preach!
Oh my god. Okay, so I remember when I first fucking heard this when I was listening to it earlier. And nothing angers me more than people that legitimize shitty behavior simply by saying, oh, if you don't like it, just don't watch, don't follow. No, bullshit. If you see this person completely weaponizing other people's traumas and being a disingenuous piece of shit and just blatantly with no fucking realistic context to what they're saying, calling someone out for being a pedophile, oh, you're excusing these actions. You're excusing these actions. Why? Because he allowed you to come into a conversation to be able to be heard to just fucking dick ride his nonsense? This is bullshit. Whoever those two fucking girls are, those two females, if you don't like it, don't listen. The other one, preach. It's like, no. You don't fucking get to do that. You don't fucking get to do that. When he's doing the shit that he's doing, that's bullshit. Because when shit happens that directly affects you and you want to speak on it, you want people to be able to hear you out. And you want to be able to call your oppressor or your attacker out, right? And now because people are coming out and they're literally telling him what the issues are, your response, because you're not directly affected, is to be like, well, just don't listen. How fucking invalidating is that? This is the definition of blind fandom. People that blindly follow someone, no matter the transgressions they've involved themselves in. This is literally what this is. And Def Noodles has been somebody who has totally spoken out against people or fans of people like Trisha Paytas. Okay? Trisha Paytas isn't a fucking saint. Trisha Paytas has these incredible stands that will live and fucking die by what it is that she says. And will defend her to no end, and he's spoken out against them for doing so. This is the same shit. This is the same shit. But the difference is that when you're on the other side and you're the one being called out and you have people dick riding you and defending you for your shitty behavior, you just allow it to happen because it's you. Because it directly affects you. This is, oh my god, this is insane. That pissed me off.
Yes, I know. Sometimes he says things that are way too inflammatory. Like that still reaches out after the blow.
I don't agree with everyone who got on the stream tonight and said that your joke was too mean. I don't think that you can condemn him for calling Papa Gut somebody who looks like a pedophile just based off of that one comment. I totally disagree with the alleged.
It's not just that one comment, dude. Come on, Nicholas. Don't be disingenuous, dude.
So I'm not condemning Dennis for that. I'm not condemning Dennis for any edgy jokes. My problem with Dennis
wasn't a joke.
The joke, quote unquote, that he made isn't just, oh, Papa Gut looks like a pedophile. I'll read it to you. Motherfucker got famous on TikTok for, quote unquote, joking about fucking 14-year-old girls. Then he got offended that
did he though?
About him.
So
the
here,
implication
is that how he got famous?
That he was serious and wanted to fuck children.
Do you hear this fucking girl? Did he though? It's like, no, he didn't. He was already big in the space, period.
Before, but I'm happy to walk through it again.
Sure.
He just brought in a whole other audience
could be
that hate Deaf Noodles.
Absolutely.
I mean, they're
okay.
God.
So talking about a grown man from the point of view of a grown man
insane.
fucking a 14-year-old
It drives
child
me
is
insane,
objectively funny to you. That's
depends on the
funny.
context of the joke. Absolutely.
So tell me a context where it would be funny.
This obviously I disagree with. I don't think it's hilarious to make jokes like this. And Papa Gut doesn't think that it's funny to make jokes like this. Here's the thing.
First off,
he made the joke, got the backlash, and he realized that it's disgusting. So I don't agree with you, Nicholas. Sorry. I don't think there's any way that you can make it funny.
Joke part, which is what you brought out.
Yes, that's
you're clearly not getting it, dude.
His joke was.
Who's not getting it? Who's not getting it? Deaf?
Shout out to Andres Lopez.
If you're gonna speak on it, speak on it correctly.
The implication is that he wasn't joking about that he actually wants to fuck children if they bleed.
Okay, so essentially the joke is, thank you for teaching me that I should fuck children, Andres Lopez. So now my question to you
That's not the joke.
Is fucking children funny to you from that point of view?
I mean, I don't think Papa Gut's a fucking comedian. But my point is, you're saying that statement that you're describing to me...
Is it objectively...
Keep the circles going, Dennis. Keep it up.
A 14-year-old girl
what does it matter if a joke is funny? Is your like ethics on whether you can make it, whether the joke is funny or not?
Yeah. I'm trying to understand. To you, is it objectively funny to fuck for a grown man, imagine Papa Gut, to fuck a 14-year-old girl? Is it objectively funny to you?
No, I don't like going to sleep at night thinking of Papa Gut having sex with a child. Is that your thing?
Oh, so that's why I put it in quotes, because I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's a joke to say that.
So why didn't you put fucking a 14-year-old girl in quotes? Why did you put joking in quotes? Because the obvious implication is that he wasn't being serious when he said he was joking.
Exactly.
You're calling him out for joking.
Saying that somebody looks like a pedophile is it's called a...
I don't care about...
Yeah, and showing the van, saying this is his van, and tagging the FBI, saying like this motherfucker needs to be on a watch list. Ha 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 ha! So funny.
You're literally talking in circles, dude.
Yes,
see, more dick riding. More dick riding. No, tell fucking Deaf that he's talking in circles. If Nicholas Diorio's talking in circles, Deaf Noodles is fucking circling the whole damn planet.
There are going to be people who find every single joke not funny.
Objectively, you would laugh at every single joke like that if somebody told it from that point of view of a grown man fucking a 14-year-old girl. If it's a different one, if it's like written differently, you would objectively find one that's actually funny.
We're not having a conversation whether Papa Gut's
who looks like Papa Gut fucking a
Like,
children.
what is your point? Nick, what is your point?
My point is he accused Papa Gut of being a pedophile because he was mad that Papa Gut was making videos on him. It's pretty fucking obvious.
How is that
very obvious?
How is that an accusation when you yourself said you don't think it's a joke? For him to say that
he can never directly face it. He literally can't. Who's talking circles here?
The obvious implication that everyone is drawing is that you're saying you're serious about wanting to fuck kids. And when people are saying this to you multiple days in a row, you've yet to correct a single person on it.
100%.
I'm not the only person who came to this conclusion.
So wait, you came to the conclusion that he was fucking girls?
No, I came to the conclusion that you're saying he wasn't actually joking and he actually wanted to fuck girls.
Where in my tweet did it say that?
Motherfucker got famous on TikTok for quote-unquote joking about fucking 14-year-old girls. The part that you quoted is joking.
I explained my logic behind it, and you supported it by saying that you don't think
You're
it's a
doubling
joke.
down on your
Yeah,
logic, and the problem is your logic is incorrect.
Okay, so I guess we kind of agree. We kind of have somewhat of an agreement.
Objectively bad. Like, and I know that you fucked up multiple pedophiles.
You don't sound like you know what you're talking about.
Bitch, you don't fucking sound like you know what you're talking about.
So I don't understand how you're also categorizing.
Can you guys hear me?
Not like a spite-driven.
All right, here we go. This is where Papa Gut
Can you guys
comes
hear
in.
me?
Yeah.
So you were complaining previously on this stream.
Can people hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you still hear me right now or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Can you still? I'm just testing my mic.
Did you hear the disdain in her voice? Yes.
Good.
Bitch, bye.
I'm testing.
Yeah.
Can you still, okay, loud and clear.
Listen, I've been trying to be like objectively like respectful. It's over. It's over. We're an hour and a half into this shit. I'm not being respectful anymore. The real fucking feelings of how I feel are gonna come out.
That's great.
Cool. Okay, so what's happening in here? What
He just came in. He's like, so what's going on? What's up? I'm here. Let's go.
We're in the middle of talking about the tweet.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, is that where you want to start, or maybe the two of us should start like fresh here, Beth? Like, where do you want to start here?
I don't know. You just dropped in. What do you want to talk about?
He has no idea how to respond.
What do I want to talk about, Beth? Probably that you've been once again trying to slander me on social media as a way to silence me rather than engage intelligently in what we've been talking about.
Okay, so first off, let's break that down. How have I slandered you?
By heavily insinuating that I'm a pedophile.
How have I slandered? Ooh,
How is that insinuation made?
Dude, you smug fucking piece of shit. Seriously.
Quote tweeting, like, what were you saying that you think I got famous on TikTok for quote unquote making jokes about children? Saying that. Well, I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. So talking about how you go live on the stream.
I'm not done talking.
Pedophile.
Don't interrupt me, you fucking elitist piece of shit.
You're only going to cherry pick the people who say, "Oh, sure," and then make a slanderous video about me. You've been obsessed with me for no reason other than I can assume is that you saw that Ethan Klein said something nice about me, and you've been on a meltdown since that's like your guy. I don't know why. You're the one who re-engaged this entire thing because somebody said Papa Gut owns you.
Hold up.
You decided to like come out here saying that you created my entire career, despite the fact that I blew up on TikTok through my own efforts, and now it's spiraled out of control to a point where you're mocking me getting emotional for expressing a situation where somebody told me about their violent rape. So like this whole angle where so what's going on? You've already outed yourself for not caring about assault survivors. So like where are we right now with this like ridiculous like slanderous fucking campaign? That's pathetic.
Hold up. There's a lot to unpack here. First off, I had no idea that Ethan even compliments and congratulations. I mean, what?
Dude, do you see like the fucking address it head on?
Waiting for
like he's finding all of these little things to pick at. To be able to be like, okay, so Ethan called you out. That's awesome. That's awesome. Let me give you a fucking slow clap. It's like, dude, you're such a stupid fucking piece of shit. You can't intelligently have an argument.
Ridiculous disinformation campaign about me.
So wait, I gotta understand what your thing with Ethan is, because that's like really.
Listen, you're making it a thing. You're proving that it could be a thing.
Why did you even bring him up?
Because I can't explain any other reason for you to have an absolute unhinged meltdown for a week obsessing about me as a content creator.
So let me
the timeline of it is a little weird. It's a little weird because once that happens, then all of a sudden it's just like Deaf Noodles hops on the fuck Papa Gut train. It's a little weird. So I totally understand where he's just like, I mean, I have no other way of interpreting it other than the fact that this is the order of events. So explain it otherwise. Why is it happening? Is he going to do that? No, but let's listen, I guess.
Question.
Sure.
When you run your business, do you base your business decisions on someone else?
No, because I'm not a bad businessman.
Okay, so There's your answer.
That's the answer for
why
me.
would you assume that I'm making
why did you decide?
So then say why? Yes.
Weird 1 week long slander campaign against me. Completely.
Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back.
Let's not go back. Say it.
How many videos have you made about me in the last?
Oh my God.
7 months.
But the thing is, dude, it's like, say it now. Say it now. Quit trying to backtrack shit in order for you to have time to think of an argument. That's literally what's happening. He's literally skirting around, directly facing what's being said, and he's trying to find a way to delay it so that way, because his mind is moving like this. Like, his brain is literally, it's just fucking harping on all cylinders. And the truth of the matter is that he cannot intelligently attack these points of conversation. So instead of attacking the points of conversation, he's like, oh, let's unpack this. Let's go all the way back. How many videos did you make about me? It's like, dude, what are you, fucking 5? Like, say what it is. You have him here. Don't fucking be a big man, a big keyboard warrior on your fucking Twitter and say shit with your whole chest, and now you have him here to be able to have a conversation on your platform of all things. It's your fucking platform, so have the conversation. Don't deflect and try to talk about other shit that's irrelevant. Who cares how many videos Papa Gut made commenting on your fucking stupidity, okay? Who gives a shit? Address this situation. This situation is the problem. So this is what you need to direct your attention to and direct your response to.
Well, I counted today. I made 21 videos about you. Overall, these videos are the first. We're not moving past the point. Overall, these videos consist of you.
Exactly. Don't let him move past the point.
Actively slander me, as well as a couple of ones in defense of you. And then again, with this situation of you slandering me, you talking about how I made a lot of videos when you consistently post on Twitter about me. Just because you put it on Twitter and don't make it a YouTube video doesn't mean you're not making a response to me. This is a really shallow and pathetic attempt to try to make it seem like I'm obsessed with you when you were the one re-engaged in this whole thing. And you have, for a week, been obsessed and hyper-focused on trying to destroy my credibility, just like you did the first time. The only difference is nobody thinks that you're serious. Nobody takes you seriously enough for it to have any real impact. And now you're doubling back because there's nothing else for you to do. Because nobody agrees with you. Your platform is going away because you're unjustifiably targeting me and invalidating sexual assault survivors. And now you realize you fucked up because the act of you pretending to care about people has gone away. That's what's happening right now.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack.
Yeah,
there.
you keep saying
there's
that,
a lot.
so unpack it.
Unpack it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So, Dennis, you're saying, like, it was a joke. Like, I've been on here for, 5 hours now. So you're saying, it was a joke and everything. And let's say, Papa Gut has expressed that these things actually hurt him, A, B, and C. So even though you thought it was a joke or whatever,
I honestly don't. I respect you and everything for coming in here. I don't want to run defense to try to make Dennis seem as charitable as possible. If we deter from the conversation of me pushing him on his bullshit, it's going to make him come out in a way that feels...
Can I
finish my question?
Listen, we're in a one-on-one. I don't want anybody fielding for me. I don't want anybody fielding for Dennis. This is the way to... I would like to just kind of get back to the point with myself and Dennis. This is one of the reasons why I didn't want to do this, because I kind of knew that something like this was going to happen. It's me and Dennis.
Okay. I was just saying, would Dennis consider apologizing? Jeez.
Okay,
I'm done.
But that's how it would have started.
Wishes she was raped.
I don't know what that's about, but I want to get... So where were we? What is the lot to unpack? Let's keep on the point.
Okay. So first off, it seems like you're very heated. Maybe take a...
Dude, stop deflecting. Just go. Just fucking say it.
That's not... I'm a little heated, I suppose. I mean, once it's right, I'm not being charitable like I was in the last conversation. Please stop trying to prime your audience to make it seem like I'm having an unhinged emotional reaction.
That's literally what he's doing.
That was what you were doing. Please stay on the point and stop trying to play this bullshit game with me. Because it's very disingenuous, it's very shallow, and everybody's going to see right through it. So let's stick to the point about what's been going on.
Okay, are you going to let me talk, though? Okay. So...
Dude, he's a fucking child.
Take a drink, relax.
Okay.
Shut! Oh my god, dude.
All right. So there's a lot that was just said. Honestly, we've diverted away from it. My friend just brought my dogs back. So just re-enlighten me. What do you want me to talk about right now?
Well, Dennis, you're the one that seems like you want to make some kind of, I guess, apology. I was told that you wanted me to pop in here, so I wanted to see what you had to say.
Well, I wanted to talk about it because there's clearly been some kind of misunderstanding.
Sure,
right?
Misunderstanding.
So,
Yeah, what is the misunderstanding? Please enlighten us.
Yeah, the last initial engagement, so for about, a year, sure.
So for the last 7 months, I guess, would you say that you've been as charitable as possible with the way that you've responded?
He literally can't.
Yeah, I've been as contextually accurate.
So, literally, Dennis is so incapable of being direct. Like, he's the definition of a fucking fence rider. He's literally the definition of a conversational fucking fence rider. He cannot be direct about anything when he's faced with things right here. When it's right here, he can't directly address it. He can only do it when it's him and his camera and he has time to edit or whatever. That's when his chest is all punched out and he's just ready to drive his point home. Be direct. Cut the bullshit. Cut the bullshit. Mute all your fucking dick riders that are here and have the fucking conversation. And quit skirting around it, being like, okay, there's a lot to unpack here. Oh, my friend just brought my dog. So, dude, deflection. You're avoiding directly addressing the points that are being brought up.
Every single time I covered you,
In the video, the very first video where you reacted to, where you took sides with Keemstar about the...
I didn't take sides with Keemstar. I took sides with a child that was dying of cancer that you rolled over because you hate Keemstar so much. You wanted to reframe this narrative. I don't really particularly care for Keemstar, but there's times where he gets it right. And again, your refusal to acknowledge that at the expense of a young girl's dying wish is pathetic. I really don't want to talk about that scenario because it's a fucking disrespect to that young girl who passed away.
100%.
But if you really want to talk about this, sure, we can. It has nothing to do with Keemstar. I don't side with Keemstar. Every single time I engage with Keemstar in a conversation, it is in disagreement of a topic. So this whole idea of you trying to attach me to him to lazily walk past the point is very disingenuous.
Okay, so, at some point I have to be able to conclude a thought, otherwise it's going to be very hard conversation.
Then just do it!
So, okay, 21 videos. The first video that you ever made about me, you said you were charitable about me in my coverage. So I'm going to the very first video because that's something I noticed because it was something that somebody said to me. It was my introduction to you, right?
Sure.
So in that scenario, did you ever reach out to Sniper Wolf to get her side of the story?
No, everything was pretty clear. The mother released all the documents. It was 3 days of her installing.
Cool.
Sure.
Well, I did. I spoke to her. Spoke to her. I got her side of the story. I saw what was happening. She told me exactly why I have issues with getting in touch with a girl, and she eventually got in touch with the girl.
Well, she had issues because she was blocked for ignoring her and then tried to double back on it.
Let me just finish. One of your major criticisms in that video of me was that I demonetized my video and that I should have just taken the money and donated.
No, that's not like that.
However,
that wasn't my criticism of that. Wasn't my criticism of your video. That wasn't my criticism of your video. We're not. You can finish after. That's not your criticism because you're trying to get away bullshit. My criticism was that you can move on after I make the point.
You're not.
My criticism wasn't that you demonetized the video. My criticism was that you made sure you told everybody that you demonetized the video to try to make it seem like you were more morally and right, like virtuous and righteous. If I remember correctly.
Okay.
I don't care if you monetize it or demonetize it. That doesn't matter.
So
if I even
here's
made
the thing,
that
though.
criticism.
Let me go back. Let me just circle back to that because it's very important that you made that criticism because in your criticism, you said that I should have just monetized the video. You said that you yourself would have taken money in that situation, which is totally fine. Do your thing. Yeah. However, you never acknowledged that I had a fundraiser next to the video that I raised, I think, about $1,500, which is way more than I could have made in that video. Also, at one point, you open her GoFundMe, and it pops up on your screen that I'm the top donation on her GoFundMe, which I donated. I donated money to her before I even made the video, and you close it really quickly as soon as you see my name. So that was one thing that
I just
seemed
doubt that's
very,
correct. It sounds like you're desperately trying to reframe this.
Go back to
this
the
is what
video.
you tend to do, is you disingenuously reframe things. If I remember correctly to this situation,
this is going to be impossible. If you're
okay, continue, Dennis, and then I'll respond. Go ahead.
Okay. So you did that. That was my first impression of you. Okay? That was my first impression of you. You did that. You can go back. People can go back right now to the video and watch it. And watch it on video.
But the issue is that he's making his assumption as to that was the action. It's like, as soon as you saw my name, you closed it. It's like, dude, you already have the preconceived perception going in, so of course that's what you see. It's not the same, because he's going to say it later to Papa Gut. It's like, well, you're assuming that this is my intention, to get you to be harassed and whatever, and all this fucking shit with what I said. It's like, it's not the same shit. Oh my God. It just blows my mind. It just, how much of a shield Dennis has in his own mind. It's almost like he has two sides to his brain, which it's like we do. But I just feel like his operates so differently that it's just like there's a stark fucking barricade. Okay, there's a stark fucking concrete barricade right in the middle that prevents all of the cylinders to start revving all at once. You know what I'm saying? It's just like the math isn't mathing, The math isn't mathing. The ideas aren't ideaing. Now I'm just being ridiculous, but you get the point. The point is it's just that he isn't comprehending certain things. He only comprehends his feelings. Therefore, everyone else is invalid. That's what I get from this shit.
So it comes up. I'm the top donation. Great. You close it real quick, and you never acknowledged it, that I actually donated, and you continue your point that I'm virtue signaling, that I actually don't care about the situation, that, here I am. I actually talked to the person who was the center of the story. I got her side. You, on the other hand, never got her side. You took Keemstar. In fact, the title of your video is Keemstar was right.
Yes, he was right.
That's the title of your video.
So
you took Keemstar's side, and that's why I framed it like that. That's why I said, you took Keemstar's, because your title is literally Keemstar was right. So you told me that you were charitable to me in my coverage, so I want to know from you, why did you not mention that I raised $1,500 for cancer?
The fact is that he just can't. When Keemstar gets it right, let's be honest, I'm not a fan of Keemstar, can't stand him. But if he's right about something, why can't you just admit that he was right? Why do you continue to double down just to oppose what he said? Because you don't like him. That's all it comes down to. It just comes down to your distaste for Keemstar. Just like this situation comes down to the fact of your complete and utter disdain for Papa Gut. That's literally what it is. You can't admit when a truth is opposite your belief.
And that I also donated $500, and it popped up on your screen and you closed it. And why did you not acknowledge that in your video and keep painting me as a person who was just trying to virtue signal?
Okay. So first and foremost, I hadn't watched it in a while. I guarantee you that's not the framing of the situation. This whole idea that I would try to hide that you donated, absolutely not. I don't remember the specifics. I know that you had a donation tab at the right, but a lot of content creators play this game where they say, I'm going to demonetize my video and do a charity. It's not a bad thing. And I talked about how it would be more effective, generally speaking, to leave your monetization on and then donate that money. I don't absolutely at all remember shitting on you for that. I focused very heavily on the story. I focused very heavily on the story. I guarantee you I talked about the fundraiser. So I don't really know, what you're reframing something. It just didn't happen the way that you're saying it, and now you're trying to assert that as a way to shoot my credibility down because you don't want to talk about what's going on currently.
People can go back and be the judge of that. I'm taking this step by step. You want to talk about how we got to this point? You have to.
Right, but it'd be nice if you were honest about your framing of the situation.
You can't just paint. The video's there. People can
watch the video because I know that I didn't do what you're saying that I did.
Exactly. So what you're telling me is that then you didn't do the research necessary to even see that I was the top donation, which shows up on the screen.
If it shows on the screen, I showed it in my video, then how are you trying to say that I hit it? I just this doesn't make any sense.
You framed me as a person, dishonest person who was just
I framed you as a person.
And yet you
I
didn't.
framed you as somebody who was so obsessed with Keemstar and being disagreeable with him that you completely ignored the context of the situation of this mother continuously trying to reach out after Sniper Wolf agreed that they would have a little one-on-one FaceTime type of a thing for multiple days, making up multiple excuses, even though she was out to eat and all this other nonsense. And then once she was blocked by the mother, then all of a sudden Keemstar talked about it, and that's when Sniper Wolf did the right thing.
You didn't talk to
I don't need to talk. I don't need to because the mother released all of her information. We saw all the DMs. I don't need to talk to the person who's doing the bad thing that's going to be reframing it in a way that makes it seem like she did the right thing. I know that's called a biased source. You talk to a biased source. I look at it, the objective facts of the DMs, the times between the DMs, all the excuses Sniper Wolf made. That's what I look at. I don't need to go to the source. That's insane that I would have to go to the liars. Sniper Wolf in this situation to get the real information.
You're telling me that when you cover a story, you don't try to get all sides.
Dennis, I'm telling you that all the information we needed was available, and Sniper Wolf doesn't need to be asked about the situation to know the objective truth of her dodging the situation based on the leaks.
Okay.
If the DMs are fake, then you got me. But if they're not fake, which nobody said, I have the information I need.
Do you consider yourself an unbiased person?
I am as unbiased as a person I think can be.
Okay, and now, however, you just said that you didn't want to get somebody's side of the
harping
story.
on this point. The objective truth was out there with the DMs. We don't need to get her side of the story other than reframing from her perspective to make it look as good as possible. Should we move on to the next point?
It's literally getting tiring at this point. It's like, dude, okay, move on.
I disagree. I have the objective. I already have the DMs. That's the truth. Let's move on to the next topic because you're trying to harp on this so that you don't have to talk about how you invalidated sexual assault survivors. So let's move forward.
Exactly.
I can talk about it all you want. You don't want to admit that you're saying that you're unbiased. However, you literally just admitted that you don't want to get all sides of the story. You also said that you were charitable to me. However,
it's not necessary if the truth is already available. What's the point of platforming the disingenuous opinion?
Can we move on to the next point? Let's move on to the next point.
You said, okay, next point. And then there was the whole, the EB family.
Yeah, the EB family, when they leveraged a fake, they tried to call a 17-year-old boy a rapist, a predator, and pedophile for trolling a girl inappropriately, of course, but they had a disproportionate response and tried to deplatform him because he made a mistake. So you want to talk about that, how that you avoided that whole part? I tried to have a conversation with you about the potential racist undertones of what the family was doing, the fact that they were intentionally over-maturing him because they intentionally misrepresented his age in order to over-prescribe punishment. We had that conversation. Doesn't mean they are racist, but there were a lot of racist undertones. I actually watched both of their full videos, which is something that I noticed a lot of commentary content creators don't really do, right?
True.
So that's what happened next, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened next.
That's what happened. Okay.
Made your commentary about. I made my response. You made a response. And then we had the
So you didn't just respond. You tried to slander me by calling an incel. You tried to assert that I think it was funny that I like a bunch of other shit, and then you desperately apologized.
So let's come on right now and let's see. How is calling you an incel slanderous?
You were calling.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Funny when young girls get hurt. You were saying a lot of fucked up shit.
How is calling you an incel
So Dennis,
slanderous?
I talked about this. What you do in your videos is you prime a lot of people do this in general, but you prime your
Okay,
audience.
let's define what's
you
slanderous.
prime your audience.
Wait, don't change the subject. Don't change the subject.
Okay, Dennis, let's see. Disingenuous framing. Is that better? I will just drop the word slanderous. I don't feel like going on to this side talk conversation, but I know you're trying to talk.
We should define what slander is.
So anyway, you had a very
Hold on, dude. Let me say something, please, for the love of God.
Dude, say something fucking intelligent. That's what we
define
need.
What slander is because you've actually been titling some of your videos as slanderous. So define what slander is to you, and maybe we'll find a definition where we can, I'll ask Alexa over here.
So false and malicious. Okay? So your statements about me were objectively false, and we can only assume malicious based on your just the way that you operate because you're a very dishonest content creator. So
very fucking dishonest.
That's just what came up when I googled the dictionary definition.
So the action or crime of making a false spoken statement damaging to a person's reputation. So tell me, how is being called an incel damaging to your reputation? How has it damaged your reputation?
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
It didn't, because I'm not a small content creator. I'm very articulate.
You obviously don't understand the concept of defamation by implication. Okay, that's something and the funny thing about it is that he actually had Emily D. Baker in the Twitter space. She I don't know if she requested to like come up and talk, or maybe she was just a bystander just wanting to listen, but I think she can very, very, very much explain to you what defamation by implication means. If you're calling somebody an incel, you are implying that they are an incel. So come on now, like, dude, if you're gonna speak about things, speak about them from knowledge, okay? Don't speak about them just spewing words to say words. If you are implying something, that's what you're saying. I mean, don't try to fucking double speak and speak around it and try to justify what you said is okay. Like, come on, dude. Like, this is so fucking unintelligent.
Like I was saying before. Yeah, I'm gonna answer it.
The person's reputation.
So, like I was saying before, right? You engage, a lot of people do this, but you engage in very dishonest priming of your audience.
So
we're doing it again. I'm definitely like explaining my point about how this would be considered.
Yeah, he's not changing the subject. Just shut the fuck up.
Over a prescription of a thing, sure, fine. But you were being a dishonest framing to try to prime your audience against you, right? So again, what I was trying to say is the way that you title your videos is in a way where it's like Papa Gut's an incel, Papa Gut doesn't care about this, that, and the other thing, suggesting that I think it's funny when like little girls get hurt. This is like when you
you are implying that these things are objectively true. Defamation by implication.
Okay, I'm still going. So that you were trying to get your audience to think I was some kind of like woman-hating incel right off the bat that like people don't like and all this other stuff because you didn't want to actually engage with what I was
Exactly, because he's literally betting on how people are just so reactionary and they're going to be like, oh, I like Def. If he's speaking this way and calling this person an incel or whatever, you're banking on the fact that just they already are drawn to you. So they're immediately going to go and harass this guy, or they're going to form this opinion based on what you're saying about them. Like, that's what you're banking on. So let's not try to skirt around the fact that, like, what you're talking about is correct over what Papa Gut is saying. I mean, again, the only reason why he's doubling down on this is because he is the cause of it. Because if it was, the shoe was on the other foot, and if it was Papa Gut that initiated all of these same instances, Def Noodles would be saying the same shit that Papa Gut is saying. Just not in a very intelligent way. But you get what I'm saying. The shoe was on the other foot. He would be fighting against it, bam, weaponizing his fucking audience, and the conversation would be going very differently. But the fact that, again, he refuses to accept and take ownership in his own actions. Refuses. Absolutely refuses.
I was trying to have a nuanced discussion about a topic, right? This is why you came into the live pretending to apologize, because later on you just recently admitted it was all a joke just to call me an incel, more like a weirdo. This is where we're starting, because you already, you pretended to apologize, but you already admitted that was disingenuous, right?
I get you want to get a lot off your chest, but this is gonna be, you gotta have some kind of conversation, otherwise it's just gonna be you yelling.
Dude, you're the one that's not having the conversation. You're literally the one that doesn't want to have the conversation, and you're using all of these different talking points to avoid the issue at hand. That's literally what's happening.
So, just explain to me how calling someone an incel is a slanderous claim.
So, like I was saying before.
Oh my God.
If you think that the term slander is too loaded, I said about 4 times now. We can down.
No, don't rewind the conversation.
What are you talking about, dude? Def is so stupid. Dude, this dude is an idiot. He's so fucking unintelligent. He is an unintelligent piece of shit. Seriously. He doesn't want to look dumb in front of everybody that's watching and listening, or, listening, because, I mean, I don't know if it was on video or whatever. I mean, obviously, just looking from here, like, I don't know. I've never experienced, like, the Twitter space shit, so maybe it was literally, you're just listening, like a podcast or whatever. But, dude, it's okay to look stupid and admit fault. Like, quit deflecting. Like, this is what makes you look worse. Me, again, as somebody who was a fan of what you used to do, someone who literally didn't see the problematic nature of what it was that you were doing and saying, that was literally a direct fan of you, that watched your shit every single day, okay? I am now someone who is becoming enlightened to the unnecessary, unintelligent talking points that you continue to use to skirt around the necessary thing that needs to be talked about. And you're accusing Papa, you're like essentially gaslighting him into trying to get him to believe that he's the one that's avoiding the topic of conversation. But it's you. It literally is you, dude. This is insane.
But I will still hold to the fact that you had a very dishonest framing to try to pin me out as somebody who just instantaneously hates women and like can't have sex, I guess, is some kind of a virtuous win, right?
All right, so here we go.
Okay,
All right, let's take a pause. So, few points. You admitted to not doing research.
I never admitted to that at all.
You admitted to not doing research.
See, this is it. This is where the defamation comes in. Defamation by implication. You're implying that he's lying about these things, but it's you that's literally lying. You're implying that it's not true. You are the liar. You are literally the one fucking lying, dude.
Both sides of the story, and now you just admitted to over-sensationalizing.
Dude, he's gaslighting Pop Gut. Like, this is literally what this is. I know people throw around the word gaslighting like it doesn't mean anything, but, I mean, this is what he's doing. He's trying to get him to believe something that is literally not true.
Something, and then immediately taking it back. It's not slander. So those are three things.
Yeah, but all those are effectively lies.
Now, next.
Watching, so they know that you're
now, please elaborate. Please elaborate how was it dishonest having incel in my title?
So Dennis, it's more than just
because he's not an incel.
It's the fact that you called me.
It's very simple. If you're calling someone an incel and they're not an incel, that's dishonest. You're weaponizing your audience by telling them something to get them to believe that it's true when it's not. Dude, he's an idiot. Like this, the idiocy in this is, I'm gonna have an aneurysm. I'm literally, like, this is driving me fucking insane.
So you can dismiss my point. You went on like a whole tirade about like being fat, ugly, blah blah blah. It's a lot of different. Dennis, you apologized for this. I don't know why you're acting like this is coming out of left field.
Where did I say that?
Videos, Dennis. This was your audience agreed that you had a very disingenuous framing.
Let's get it right. I didn't make 21 videos on you like you did on me. I made one video.
Do you see how he can't address the truth? He's like, oh, but no. You made 21 videos on me. Dude, is what he said true or not true? Period. Don't skirt around it and try to bring it somewhere else. This is what is frustrating to everybody in the comment section who are ratioing you on fucking Twitter and who are literally commenting on your YouTube videos and unsubscribing to you tenfold because of this. This is it. This is disingenuous. Look up, Google the word disingenuous, because I think that there's a misunderstanding. I do not believe that you understand what the word disingenuous means. I truly believe that. Truly.
Twitter, because you don't want to attach a YouTube video for it, because for some reason you think that just because it's on Twitter doesn't mean it's not a response.
Don't make excuses. Just own up to the fact that
he's not. Dude, Death is literally the excuse maker here.
It's totally fine.
Are we listening to the same fucking thing? Are we all listening to the same conversation? Because Death is literally on another planet. Like, he's literally listening to somebody else. because he's not hearing what's being said. Period.
It's the truth.
I know,
made
the
one
truth
video
is
on
the truth.
I'm not gonna make it seem like it was.
You just
more.
deleted like 15 tweets about calling me a pedophile, and you're acting like my number of videos was like overbearing. I called you out on other things as well, but this was a long.
100%.
This was an elongated situation originally because you kept trying to weigh your audience against me until you couldn't get away with it, and you were forced to apologize.
Absolutely.
Did that happen? Did you apologize to me on stream?
For anybody who's been here for the 5 hours, they've heard me say a whole bunch of stuff.
I don't care about what was said when I wasn't here.
Exactly, dude. Papa Gut is there now. Address the shit now. If you truly believe that he warrants an apology, the man is there. The man is there. It is literally the equivalent of having him in your face. Literally the equivalent. Don't try to fucking hide behind all the performative shit that you may have done in hour fucking 1 when Papa Gut wasn't present. That's not an apology. That's not an apology. That's placating to who's viewing you in that moment for something that you don't even have publicly shown on your profile. This fucking, I had to deep dive and find this fucking profile, 7620313, who literally just happened to fucking record it and post it on YouTube today for me to have the full context. And I had to save this video in case it gets taken down or something, so I can be able to hear the entire, fucking hypocrisy, the whole 6 hours of hypocrisy in its totality, because you don't have it on your platform. Who's being disingenuous?
Hey, all right. Fine. I think that what people were saying before you joined was relevant, but it's fine if you want to discount it. That's up to you.
It's not relevant to the moment. If he's there, say what you have to say to him directly and quit skirting around it.
You said it was dishonest, or I just want to get full clarity on that.
Yeah.
Because you walked back to the Planter stuff, so please tell me and describe how that was dishonest.
Dennis, I've described it. I know that
he's literally already done that.
To get to where we need to go, which was you calling, insinuating heavily that I was a pedophile. We already made this point. You can disagree, but I don't feel like going into a circular thing. You're being dishonest, and then you apologize for it in the live conversation. So I don't really have to do anything because within the first minute you're like, I'm sorry. Then you made a video about how my career, I'm quitting YouTube, and it was another apology to me. Like, I don't really have to do this for this situation because you apologized for doing the wrong thing, which means that you admit, even if it was a dishonest apology, that you did these things, right? You admitted you did these things. You admitted you were wrong in that entire scenario. So what do I have?
If you're so fucking sorry, why aren't you addressing Papa Gut directly? Why wouldn't you DM him and be like, hey, can we hop on a call right now and have a conversation? Because I'm really, I'm ruminating on these thoughts about this, and I'd really like to talk about it. It's not, because it's not genuine, that's why. Because you don't mean it. You don't care. So when Papa Gut says that you don't care about these topics, you don't care about actual, young girls being affected by predators and women being, R-worded and stuff like that. You don't care about these things. You really don't. You have no moral compass. Like, you literally have no moral compass. Instead, you want to do this performative fucking stream and, try to poorly debate people that have opposing opinions of you. Just for the performative nature of it. Just to be a disruptor in the space. Like, that's literally all you're doing. Like, you're literally in your villain arc. You are literally in your villain arc of your career. And you are gonna be your own downfall, dude. Like, no bullshit. You are literally gonna be your own downfall because we are all seeing it happen in real time. We are all seeing it happen in real time.
Prove to the people who don't know what's going on, because all you are doing is you're catering and pandering to people who are not going to sit through, and I understand why, a very elongated interaction. But the reality is there's a reason you apologize. And while it may not be because you're genuine and actually are apologetic, which you admitted recently, it's because your audience shit on you so hard and you lost so much credibility that you've been steamrolling out of control for the past 8 months or whatever since our interaction has happened.
Sure.
Silence.
Okay. So just to, I guess, keep moving forward, since you want to get to the part where we've been discussing for the last 4 hours.
Wait, you want to skip past the racism part where you decided to boil down to Matt to just a black first person, took away his entire autonomy because he decided to, as a joke, have fun with LLP to dress up like Donkey Kong, and you pretended he was some kind of like he was being manipulated by the evil white girl about that. So I called you out because you didn't even name him in the title. You boiled him down to a black person with no agency or autonomy, because that's a really weird one to move past, especially since when we tried to have our first conversation.
Yeah, he wants to move past it because he doesn't want to address it, period, and look bad.
You don't want to talk about that one?
So,
move past that one?
We can have this conversation 100%. We can have this conversation. It was, in fact, one of the almost 20-something videos you made about me.
Dude, see, am I crazy, or is anybody else seeing how, like, the mental gymnastics that are happening on how instead of just being direct and addressing things direct, he's literally saying certain things because he's trying to, his mind is moving so fast in trying to find something to say. And to me, that is the definition of someone who is incapable of just eliciting an honest, direct thought. Because he's just finding all of these other things to say to try to create, like, these weird gotcha moments that's just not happening. It's just not present. I don't understand how you can't, if you really feel some type of way about certain things that he's done, directly address them. This is the definition of being indirect. It literally is. This is such a full-on showcase of that.
Clickbait title. In the video itself, anybody who watches the content will see that I don't even mention that.
If you do,
anybody who sits and watches the content notices that I don't
You forgot your own content?
You mentioned
so anybody who actually follows me sees that not only do I actively speak against racism and use my platform for that, but I also platform people from all different backgrounds. People on my podcast come from all different backgrounds.
Wow, we're getting into the I have a black friend territory, which is probably not great.
No, it's exactly what this is.
You guys, I couldn't be racist. Are you kidding me? You know how in-depth and nuanced race issues are? Having a black friend doesn't mean you can't be racist. You talked about the situation. You explicitly talked about how El Delfine forced him to do this thing because
literally, I saw that video.
He can't make up his own decisions. You robbed him of his own agency as a person, boiled him down to his identity just so that you can make clickbait about how a black person was being oppressed. You talked about it in the video. I watched it.
Look, the fact that's immediately what you jump to says a lot about you.
It's not immediately.
Bullshit, Def. Bullshit.
I know you as a person.
I was talking more about having people from different backgrounds. I have Tiana, who is not black. She's from, she's Latina like me. Okay? There are people from all different backgrounds that I have, that I invite on my show, that I try to talk to. But if
that doesn't absolve you.
To go to,
well, Dennis, because you just lied to people. You just lied to people and said you didn't talk about Too Mad. You talked about it in the video.
Yes, exactly.
Video. Are you trying to gaslight me or yourself at this point?
Well, that's a good question.
I talked about the thing in the video. I didn't talk about it in the terms.
Talk about it.
I didn't talk about it in the terms that you're framing it as.
Yeah.
That family, look, you're the bastion of honesty, but you're presenting it in an absolutely dishonest way. The title
no, Def, no. We're not gonna do this. We're not gonna do this. I mean, apparently we are, but no. You need to be held accountable, dude. You need to be held accountable. Because I literally watched that video also. A lot of people have seen that fucking video. It is literally true. What Papa God is saying is literally fucking true, dude. So there's no dishonest framing. He's just stating what you showcased in your video. You put it out. It's your video. You literally fucking put it out. You said what you said. So there's nobody framing it other than you. You framed it that way in the video that you edited and uploaded to your channel. There's no dishonest framing. If any, then it's you being dishonest.
A lot of people talked about it. You weren't the only one, okay? But in the video itself, I don't repeat that same statement. I say his name. I say two men. So
and then
I'm trying to understand.
Forced into doing this thing, and that it was a bad look for him in some capacity.
I never said that in the video. Never said that in the video.
You need to go back and watch your own video, clearly.
Just in the title, because it's meant to be clickbait. That was it. Was it the best clickbait? No. Not every clickbait is the best.
So you're utilizing racism to clickbait videos to get people to watch? Like, how is what you're saying okay? How are you literally able to sit there as someone who's Latino, okay, and part of a marginalized group of individuals? How are you literally able to sit there and justify that action? How? You want to know why? Because you're a disingenuous piece of shit. That's how. How do you have a following?
I try my best to do what I can, and sometimes I fuck up. So that wasn't the best clickbait. Anyway, I mean, are you satisfied with the way that we just discussed the situation?
I'm absolutely satisfied. Don't worry, brother.
Yeah, we're satisfied because you're never going to admit your fault.
There are numerous other videos that
you're like, sometimes I fuck up. Moving out. You're literally just trying to brush it under the rug as if it's not an issue.
You were the one tweeting about me, and then I responded to some of the tweets.
Well,
you said that you created me as a content creator. You remember that part?
What happened?
Remember, you literally rehashed all of this by saying that you created it. Like, if you just decided to respond to what I said in my videos, that would have been fine. But you like, for whatever reason, months later, decided to be like, I created Papa Gut unprompted because some random person said that, like, Papa Gut and Cabos were cooler than you.
Great to talk about this because here's the thing. I never said I created you. I said that people in the commentary community learned of you through our discussion.
Wow,
so
incredible!
And it's actually
mental gymnastics. Mental gymnastics.
If you want to go back and see how they reacted to what happened in our discussion, you will see that they say, like, I don't know who this guy is, but here's the thing. So
yeah, so that's just a dishonest framing of the entire situation. You had an unhinged meltdown. What did I say? You said nobody would know who Papa Gut is in commentary had I not given him
I don't have the tweet in front of me.
Nobody would.
I don't have the tweet.
Nobody.
So say what.
Let me go. Nobody would have known who Papa Gut is in commentary had I not given him crumbs by doing a debate with quotations, whatever. Hold on.
Therefore, implying that you've platformed him and created him. I mean, where's the confusion? Why is this not like clear?
Hold on, with the sole purpose of calling him an insult to his face and laughing about it in his face. This is the suggestion that you somehow created me. People already knew who I was. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, because of how.
No.
Go ahead.
Wait a second, please. Wait a second. I never said I created you in that tweet. I said nobody in commentary would know who you are.
Objectively false, because like a lot of people already knew who I was in commentary.
That's literally what you are implying.
Maybe I didn't know. Maybe I didn't know who you were. A few of the other people that I follow and they didn't know who you were. So maybe I was.
So this
wrong.
was just like an honest mistake that like so you weren't showing that you're crumbs of cloud for Papa Gut or Papa Gut, and that you weren't trying to dunk on me in the original debate where you got plastered unintentionally.
How am I dunking on you?
You say that you only went to have the conversation with me to call me an insult to my face and laugh about it.
Exactly. That's literally what you said.
Is it possible for someone to be a mediator? I'm sorry, but is it possible for someone to be a mediator?
No.
I'm shutting up.
No.
I know because Dennis is saying that like he's getting an unfair shake doesn't mean that he is.
Can somebody
no,
please
we're
be
not
a mediator?
To continue what you wanted to say, Dennis. This is why I wanted to
let's have Keemstar
I'm
do
not
it.
having Keemstar do it. I do not want to have Keemstar be the mediator. Def, continue with what you wanted to say.
Nicholas, you want to be? Can you be the mediator?
Girl, shut up! Like, just let them talk.
Dennis, just so you know, he's live streaming this.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah. I figured he would.
Because this is like, I know Papa God's trying to get it across, but it's like, this is like, you need a mediator, because this isn't
No, you don't need a mediator. You want to know why you don't need a mediator? Because the mediator that's going to go up is literally going to favor one side over the other. And that's literally not the definition of a mediator. You're going to have some fucking deaf noodle dick rider hop up there and be like, no, Papa God, you're not understanding. And it's like, no, he gets it. He fucking understands. Just because deaf noodles can't admit that he is wrong doesn't mean that, you know, you need to, I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand. These people, like, y'all must be young. Y'all literally must be young. I'm literally a 31-year-old man, okay? I've still got a long way to go in life, still got a lot of things to learn, but I can clearly see what's happening here. Like, y'all motherfuckers literally must be young.
A really big problem with this being like a live thing. There really doesn't need to be a mediator. I'm not talking over Dennis in this way that you think I am. I'm calling him on his bullshit without him letting me steamroll. I've talked to him before.
Papa God, in his defense, which I don't usually say often, this is really going nowhere. It's just like...
It's going nowhere because he can't accept responsibility. That's why it's going nowhere. You see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this dick riding bullshit. It's like, they're trying to... Just because Papa Gut is literally stating all of these fucking facts, okay? And literally speaking truthfully and emotionally, because the thing is, it's like, you can be truthful and emotional, okay? The emotion comes from the fact that this man, Dennis, has literally been trying to assassinate his character. Literally. Referring to him as a pedophile, referring him to, or trying to refer the FBI over to his platform to harass him over false allegations, okay? This is what you're defending. When you're now trying to speak to Papa Gut and be like, yo, and death is in his defense, you know, like, you're excusing. You're literally excusing, whether you mean it or not, you're excusing this dangerous behavior. This dangerous fucking narrative, this dangerous culture that exists on the internet. You're excusing that. You just need to realize that. You need to realize that what you are trying to do right now, which is to try to, you know, shut Papa Gut up and let Dennis fucking, you know, continue to fucking speak in this big ass circle. A mediator is not necessary. A mediator is the furthest thing from what they need. They do not need a fucking mediator, okay? They shouldn't even be having this conversation in front of an audience. It literally should be Dennis addressing why he's wrong and moving on. But instead of doing so, you have this mess that's happening. This is a mess. This is literally a mess.
And then Dennis responds to the first one, and then we get bogged down by like 6,000 more paragraphs.
So go ahead, then. Because he's, I mean, like, not for nothing, but like, it's a lie about everything that he said.
Can we all agree? Can we all agree? Nick is somewhat of an impartial mediator. Can he be the mediator?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Go ahead.
No.
Okay, Nick.
Just by Nicholas saying what he just said, no.
Okay, sure. Can we try to get on something that's a little bit more relevant than
listen, the framing of the conversation is where Def wanted to start. We're pretty close to the point that we're trying to get to, so why don't we just continue going through the chain of events?
Exactly. Just quit trying to derail and just go.
Keep going into the weeds.
Okay, so where were we?
I was reading the tweet to you that you had made about how you got by.
Okay.
I'm literally pouring alcohol, sanitizer in my eyes.
I mean, it's pretty evident. You read the tweet. Nowhere in the tweet does it say that I made you. It says that nobody in the commentary would know who you are.
Come on now.
And
here's where the disingenuous comes in. Disingenuous nature.
It's fine. I had the wrong impression, I guess. Maybe it's the people that I knew who didn't know you. I don't know what it is.
So what was the intention of the tweet then?
Just to fill in context there, because a high commentary community here, we use Papa Gut because he reacted to a lot of our videos. There's probably no way you would have known that, Dennis, but I definitely remember bitching about Papa Gut, specifically for that reason, before this.
So what's the intention of the tweet then? What was the point of you trying to say this tweet?
I don't know. I was saying something tongue-in-cheek, replying to somebody who has no followers. I don't know how that's a dunk. You thought it was a dunk?
Well, no, I didn't think it was a dunk. I think that it was you trying to say that like, you created me as a code because because like your career is spiraling out of control because of the way that you've been acting and people have been seeing the real who you are.
So let me see if I understand this correctly. So you're saying that because my career is spiraling out of control, the only thing that I have left in my career is to claim your success. That's what you're saying.
No, I think that you have a grudge against me because we can probably directly see like a lot of people realize like the bad person you are from our first interaction, and now you like hold a grudge against me for that reason.
Okay,
that's literally what it is.
Why do you think I'm a bad person?
Because of the way that I see you interact, I don't think that you were genuine in general. I think that you can directly point to the fact that you don't see.
Why do you think I'm not genuine?
Well, Dennis, because I see you talk about social issues, like when it comes to like women's issues, and then laugh at somebody who is getting emotional over listening to a traumatic rape story.
Exactly.
So you think that a person has to be 100%?
Dude, Dennis does not have the mental capacity to understand that what Papa Gut is saying is it's factually true. He literally does not have the mental capacity to understand this. Which is why this conversation is going to go nowhere and why it was for nothing other than to further expose the unintelligent, disingenuine nature and thinking of he that is Deaf Noodles. Deaf being he doesn't listen. He just says shit.
They can never crack jokes. Or if they're cracking jokes, they're only cracking jokes. They can never go and be different.
So two things. First and foremost, the cracking jokes. Like, I make a lot of jokes on my platform as well. I don't make jokes about, like, I don't laugh at people who are expressing, like, real traumatic situations. That I don't think is funny. Do you think that that's funny?
Yes, he does.
Like, you're saying you've never done.
What I'm saying is I don't do that. I don't.
I'm going to go through all your videos right now. They can go through every single one. You haven't done that in, like, the last...
Mental gymnastics!
Laughed at somebody's trauma.
Instead of just directly being like, no, I don't think that's funny. He's like, so if I go through all your videos, I won't see it? It's like, dude, if you don't think it's... Just be like, no, I don't think it's funny. I actually don't think it's funny. I can't. I'm literally going to keep saying the same shit because it's just never ending.
The B family girl, when I initially had like that bad reaction where I thought she was being disingenuous, and then after people said, I think that you're...
Oh, so you're saying now you're back.
Well, not really backtracking. I'm talking about a failure that I made as a content creator and very quickly owned up to it.
Okay,
so
you're
still sitting here pretending like you didn't do a bad thing.
Well, you see how that's contradictory? You see how that's contradictory? Because you just said you're trying to hold me to a standard that not even you can hold yourself to. So this is what you're saying. I'm exploring the hypocrisy of Papa Gut right now.
Not really.
Because you're trying to hold me to a standard that you just admitted you can't hold yourself to. So help me understand why it is
that's
that you
literally not what's happening.
Trauma, but I can't do what I do for
So in instance number one, where I had laughed at her trauma, right? It was really shitty. The reason I did is because if you look at it from a real world perspective, nobody's going to have a trauma from somebody talking shit about you to their brother when you don't even hear it. I failed to account for the fact that it went viral. I'm literally in the middle of this conversation. Because she wouldn't know about it. That's why. Because this is like shit talking. It's wrong, but you wouldn't develop a trauma from shit talking indirectly.
So wait, how you're because it's a little contradictory.
Not really.
It's not contradictory, dude. Just listen. Open your fucking ears.
Wait. I'm in the middle of answering his question, and now you're moderating as if I need to let him finish.
See, exactly, dude. This is literally a perfect example of why a moderator is not necessary. Because y'all fucking dumbasses are not listening. What Papa Gut is saying is literally true. Literally, you have to listen to what he's fucking saying. He's literally saying that she wouldn't have a trauma response from an indirect conversation. But where the trauma response comes in is the fact that she's a public figure and millions, hundreds of thousands and maybe millions of people are reacting to this scenario. And the weight of that is what is going to, or what did, because this is, past tense, of what would cause the trauma response on her. Not the indirect conversation of her brother having the conversation with this dude over, like, some fucking game that they were playing online. So, what is wrong with what he's saying? That's literally true. But now we're trying to mediate that and be like, no, what you're saying is crazy. It's like, no, actually it's not. It's very factual. He's not saying, like, in when it happened, and I remember when this happened, and I remember having the reaction of, like, dude, you're literally invalidating her having the trauma response. Like, she would have a trauma response. But then he came out afterward, and he elaborated, and he was like, well, yes, like, in fact, like, the trauma response would come from the weight of the reaction and it being so public. Like, that's where the trauma response comes in. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I understood it after he spoke about it. So I literally was that person at first when I was watching the video, and I'm like, I don't necessarily agree. Like, I agree on a lot of it, but, you know, as someone who's had a lot of traumas in their own life, like, you know, I get it. I get where you can really feel invalidated and truly hurtful by a situation like that. But he's not fully invalidating her. Well, I don't want to say he's not fully, like, he's not invalidating her. At the time, he just didn't phrase it correctly, and he corrected it. He literally corrected it. What he's saying now is the correct assessment of the situation. So how are you trying to mediate that?
I don't understand the framing of the situation. I'm in the middle of answering his question of how is this not hypocritical. So I'm now defining both instances. So this is I'm fine with back and forth, but like I've let him speak, and now you want to cut me off because he wants to cut. Like you guys aren't doing a very good job of moderating. So what's the point here?
So 1 second, okay? 1 second. So you just said that you laughed at her because of her trauma, and yet you went so far I forgot what the point was. But you said you were talking about. So what's the difference between her trauma and you laughing at her versus you? I think you made a video I didn't watch.
But the thing is he wasn't laughing at her for that response. The fact of the matter is he was, you know, I mean, if the laugh happened and it came out, like, I don't necessarily remember all of that, but if it came out, it's because of the reaction of how they were framing it, on how they were utilizing their platform to weaponize their audience and the public perception against this kid who was literally a kid when this happened. The ridiculousness of that is, you know, it's laughable, it's disrespectful, and it was very, very heavily boiled in white supremacist tactics against a black young man, a child. Okay? That's the truth of the matter. All right? So if you have a laugh at the audacity of that, I understand that. But he's not laughing at the fact that it might have been traumatic for her based on it being public. But the thing of it is how did it become so public? Who is the one who created that trauma response for her? The family, the parents who created this whole scenario. If you ask me, they are the ones to blame. They are the ones to blame. What's disingenuous about that? Other than them weaponizing their platform against a young black kid who is a fucking kid. I mean, come on now. You are adults trying to deplatform and possibly cause harm to a kid. That's the truth of the matter. Like, I get it, you're invested because it's your child, but you made it, you inflated it to the extent that would cause her to have this increased traumatic reaction to it. What is wrong with what Papa Gut is saying? I don't see what's wrong in that. I see what's wrong in Nicholas Diorio and Deaf Noodles in this moment trying to alter the truth. That's problematic to me. But if you're listening to what Papa Gut is saying, it's like, yeah, actually, he's right.
I didn't watch it. I saw a clip of it where you talked about your situation, talking about someone else's experience. But here's the thing. You're a secondary source in that experience, and she's a primary. So you're literally laughing at a victim and then talking about standing up for victims. So help me understand that.
I was going to. Can I actually talk? I was in the middle of doing that when you cut me off, and then we got
exactly.
So let me start over again, right? First and foremost, the difference is that I'm apologetic and you're still leveling down. Second of all,
100%.
Right? We have a situation of this girl being indirectly, somebody's talking shit about her. Now, in the real world, she would never have heard that, and it wouldn't be a source of trauma, because you can't be traumatized if you don't hear something. However, I failed to account for the fact that it was made public, and she's now the center of all this attention that she doesn't want about her and her body. So that was me acting inappropriately, and then almost instantly after I was called out for that, instantly after I was called out, said, you know what, that was actually really wrong, right? That's owning my mistake. Scenario number two, Scenario number two, I make a video that you claim that you didn't watch, which, by the way, it's really weird that you're commenting on a video that you didn't watch, but in a video where I'm expressing how very close,
what is it?
Very
disingenuous.
Story, I'm very tired of having to explain, but anyway, you should have seen it already. An intimate story about somebody that I love very much expressing to me a violent rape trauma, about how my initial reaction was to get angry and saying, I want to hurt this person, and then her saying, are you okay? Which really fucked me up, because now I'm unintentionally personalizing this story, which makes me really upset. And then moving on after hearing these horrific things that she told me, asking me if she was actually raped. That doesn't mean that I'm traumatized, but it's invalidating of that person's trauma to continuously, even after people have explained to you the context, for you to be doubling down and saying, it's just a joke. Why? That's the entire context.
I want to understand again.
You want to understand. Listen, if you really wanted to understand, you would listen. The key to understanding an issue is listening. The key. What is it that they teach you when you're a kid? You're crossing the street. In order to understand that danger is present, you stop, you look, and you listen.
When you were talking about the EB girl, you repeated it a little bit earlier. You said that bullying online wouldn't cause her trauma, the type of bullying.
That's literally not what he said.
So what did you have, like, the exact quote? Because as far as I remember, and you really said it a few minutes ago.
Literally 30 seconds ago.
It really is embarrassing, because he's literally lying right now.
Actually, hold up. Saying, or if you're being dishonest, because this is an insane guess. Okay. Can I explain it again, or would you like to continue?
Bro, let me say something, because now you're just throwing a whole bunch of stuff.
Dude, Dennis, you're a moron, dude. You're saying something 100% opposite from what he just said. And you're stating it as fact in front of the audience of people that are watching right now. That's not what he said. So exactly what Papa Gut said, I don't know if you're just not listening or if you're being intentionally, disingenuous and misleading. I think it's a combination of both. I think he just has such a high fucking disdain for Papa Gut, so he's literally just gonna say anything. But the fact of the matter is, dude, you can't lie when everybody's listening, okay? You literally are speaking into an echo chamber of ears in that situation. And now this video is public. Whether or not it gets taken down, I don't know. I saved it for my own right, so that way I can have it for point of reference in case anything happens to this video. But full context here. Now more people are going to be listening to this. As I'm recording this now, there are people making videos and uploading videos in reference to this scenario. And all that's going to be happening is going to be people pointing out your inconsistencies and your lack of listening ability. And your disingenuous nature of discussion. What you literally just did, dude, is lie and say Papa Gut said something when he didn't just, 120 seconds ago? Dude, what are we doing? What is happening? Is it an accident? Did you literally just not listen? Or are you just saying shit? They didn't hear that. I'm just going to say this and state it as fact because nobody heard what was actually just said. This is insane. This is so fucking wild to me.
So, okay. This is what I remember you saying.
30 seconds ago?
You said it. You may have not said it just a minute ago, but you said it like a few minutes ago. What you said, and I even asked you. Said you can't be traumatized from being bullied online.
That's not what I said.
For a minute,
exactly.
You said no. You took it back. Okay, so that's fine.
You didn't take nothing back. There was nothing to take back.
People can go back and watch the video.
Trust me, a lot of people are.
I want to understand your lack of charitability, because this was like 4 or 5 months ago.
What lack of charitability?
Hold on. Expressing your rape trauma. I want you to stop trying to go back in time. We're on this point. Talk about this 5 months ago nonsense. Comment directly on what you said. Are you apologetic, or do you still think it's funny to mock personal rape?
I'm getting there.
You're not. You're dancing around it. You want to talk about?
Then I can't make my point, and you're just talking over me the whole time. So,
dude,
here's the thing.
You have no point to make. That's the point.
5 months ago, you literally just admitted that you laughed at this girl's trauma. You laughed at it, and now
immediately.
And now that's fine that you apologize. Now you're piggybacking off of someone else's trauma, so that you can drum up sympathy for yourself.
What are you talking about?
Because this is like a really something. Dennis, have you ever loved somebody before?
Nicholas.
No, Nicholas, you're.
Yeah, man, I don't fucking.
No, don't. This is like a really dishonest thing. No, Dennis, this is a really good question. Have you ever been in love before?
Okay, look,
Dennis, do you think that if somebody that you loved told you that they were violently raped, that you would go, oh, you're piggybacking the trauma? Is that how you would interact with that situation?
Let me finish my point.
I believe 100% that that's exactly how he would react. Based on the nature of this, what do I have to base, or what basis do I have to doubt that that's not how he would react? I have no base. I have no basis to doubt that that's not how he would react. Like, you're showing yourself. You are really showing yourself, buddy.
You're piggybacking off of trauma, Dennis. This is pathetic.
Okay. Let me finish my point, and then you can, you literally just a few months ago, in March of this year, 2022.
Here we go. You're gonna say the same shit.
You did that. You admittedly said that you made fun of this girl for her trauma. This trauma that you're using to cry about on the internet is not your trauma. I understand that you stand for trauma. I stand against trauma. I said it earlier here, I have a lot of fucked up trauma in my own life. I know a lot of people who are traumatized.
Exactly.
I know a lot of people who are
because he's a performative piece of shit.
I think all of us in the chat right now know somebody and carry our own traumas.
Which is exactly why we disagree with you.
Very different.
Frankly.
Somebody else's, what you're doing, if you're using somebody else's trauma as a shield so that you can get sympathy.
That's literally.
I understand that it's somebody you love. I love a lot.
I don't think you do if you don't understand what I'm coming from.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. The gears are not shifting. They really aren't.
I was in a relationship for 8 years before this. Okay?
I feel sorry for her.
I know what it's like to live and be with somebody. Trust me, I know exactly what it's like to share your life with somebody. Okay? I know exactly what that's like. So
why are you such a disingenuous piece of shit on this topic?
You laughing at this girl's trauma and now using someone else's trauma to drum up sympathy for yourself.
That's not what's happening.
Would you,
this is disingenuous defamation noodles.
The joke that I made without using
this is why you have this label and why people have this understanding of you.
How can I not use the trauma as part
not
of
your trauma though. Someone else's trauma. Please talk about it. Like, how would you respond without using that trauma?
I wouldn't, because it's something that's very real that is very upsetting to me.
You understand what you're doing. You're weaponizing someone else.
No, he's not.
You're telling Dennis.
Trauma.
Dude, he's so unintelligent. Like, this is laughable.
You try to score sympathy points on the internet.
I'm not weaponizing.
Dude, this is like he's so fucking based.
So respond to the joke that I made without talking about the trauma.
It's impossible because the trauma is what upsets me. I don't understand. Like, I just don't think that...
So how does me saying... So explain to me then, how does me saying that you look like a pedophile make you think of somebody else's rape?
Oh, yeah, let me bring it up. So...
He's like, sure, I'll happily explain this.
there seems to be a history of you supporting incredibly over-exaggeratory rape accusations. For instance, with Philip, who was called a pedophile or predator rapist for being 17.
Where did I support the? Hold on. This was months. This was first off. This was months before
I can't respond. Where's the moderator, huh, Dennis?
Exactly. Here's the thing. The dick riding moderators only want to interject when Papa Gut is steamrolling factual talking points towards Def and making him look like a fucking petulant piece of shit. But now it's like, I mean, come on. Like, what? This is a joke. This is literally a joke. You know, I really wish that this conversation would have happened like on a private stream with no spectators, just, you know, commenters, but you could ignore the comments or turn them off or whatever. But the fact that there's all these spectators just here, just, you know, like me pointing my little witchy poo finger and shit. It's like, it should have been an afterthought. It should have been a reaction later. But all of these people are literally sitting and stewing in real time. And you want to talk about weaponizing trauma? I kind of feel like this whole thing is devolving into weaponizing trauma. It's so disproportionate. It's so disproportionate. Nobody in there other than Papa Gut and, you know, maybe Paige Christie and, you know, Rich Lux, maybe, you know, or Adam McIntyre and Emily D. Baker, you know, they know what's up. They see the truth of this. But a lot of the other dick riders that are in there clearly support the weaponization of trauma. I mean, I have no other reason to believe otherwise. Because if Def Noodles believes this, and he preaches it to, you know, his little fanboys and girls on his platform, they'll ride it in the wind. They'll ride it in the wind. Because I see it. I've seen the interactions that have been happening on Twitter. I mean, the majority of it is obviously calling out Dennis for being a disingenuous piece of shit. But there's a subsect of people that are 100% defending him. And this whole scenario of having a moderator, this isn't a debate. That's the thing. Bring in a moderator for a debate. This is not a debate, okay? This is about one person trying to assassinate the very being of another person. The very existence of another person. It's true weaponization, okay? Being referred to as a pedophile is dangerous. People die. Pedophiles die. They get murdered. Okay? They get harmed very, very harshly. Just for having the accusation. It might not even be true. But just having the accusation and the labeling of, whether you want to say it's a joke or not, is fucking harmful. Okay? And the fact that Def Noodles doesn't understand this, it really speaks to him as an individual, him as a person, and him as a man. This speaks volumes. And anybody who supports him, you're no better. You are absolutely no better, and are also contributing to this harmful behavior and harmful subculture that exists on the internet. Because that's where the veracity of all of this hatred exists. Or, you know, I mean, obviously it exists in real life and in person, but it's able to be magnified to such an extent on the internet because it's just such an open space. But Def Noodles has such a fucking hard head that he can't directly talk about it in an intelligent way. It's all deflecting because he feels he's right. Whether he believes it or not is up for speculation. But I see and I hear that he believes to the fucking core that he is correct in all this. And he's not. He's literally not. He's not objectively incorrect. He's literally incorrect.
Dennis, you like this, we're doing like the back and forth thing, right? Okay. So, we had that interaction. My big primary point was that they had a massively disproportionate response, calling a 17-year-old a rapist, a pedophile, and a predator for making a very inappropriate joke about a 15-year-old, right? And you supported them. Then, you recently admitted in our live together that you just went in there to troll me and that you didn't actually mean anything you said. So I can only assume that that's part of your rhetoric, which is just pretending to care and not really giving a shit enough to look into actual situations, right? Moving on to despite the fact that you've been specifically explained. Oh yeah, additionally, joking about pedophilia, I don't know why anybody would do that. That's invalidating to survivors of molestation.
Okay, so,
oh my God! And then following up,
so, all right.
and then following up.
You made a lot of statements.
You should let him finish.
Dennis, I'm fine with like the shouting back and forth, but you can't do it too. The reason that I'm being more upfront is because you did not stop screaming in our first conversation, and you need to be talked to like this, or else nobody will get like an edge in. Okay. So
okay.
Again,
that's okay.
Yes, that's how you interact.
Our conversation with like 50 different people, and it wasn't like this.
And that literally speaks to a lot of people when they are wrong or they're being called out for their wrongdoing. It is usually their instant reaction to speak louder, to be heard, and to try to defend themselves. That is the definition of someone who lacks the mental capacity to understand what it means to be a humble and honest person. Period. Point blank, period. This is what you're seeing. This is what we're all fucking seeing. And if you don't feel that way, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. Def Noodles is so wrong in this situation. He's so wrong in this fucking situation. He could literally have avoided all of the videos and all of the commentary and all of the further criticisms that are incoming. He could have avoided all of it by just admitting fault. You can argue that, okay, well, that wasn't my intention, but admit when you're wrong. Admit the wrongdoing when you're wrong. Don't later, because I can see this being something. I can see it being a thing where all of the negativity is going to continue. He's going to continue to be railroaded online by different commentary spaces. And then maybe down the line, he'll try to come out and genuinely apologize in a performative way in a video. Even though he's already did it, but it was obviously disingenuous because he isn't really sorry. But I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it because if I see it, I'm going to call it out just as well. And again, nobody has to watch my videos. No one has to listen to what I have to say. But that doesn't mean that it's not important to continue to contribute the truth-telling into the atmosphere. Okay?
Well, maybe it's just the dynamic.
Not me. That's what do you mean it wasn't like this? Like if you shouldn't have been like, going after me if you didn't want me to confront you.
What are you talking about?
I just said nicer than other people.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
I'm being blunt with you because our first conversation you screamed when I was charitable. I have to interact in a way where I stand strong here because this is how you operate. You scream and you yell and you interrupt people and you dishonestly frame things that happened 30 seconds ago. So, like, let's stop getting off onto these tangents when, like, you try to play these, like, weird framing games, and let me finish, and then you can respond, or we can just yell. I don't really care at this point.
Hey, I'm not...
Okay, Papa Gut, that was your thing? Alright, Dennis, go.
Thank you, Nick. Okay, so I love it that we've arrived at the pedophile joke section of the conversation.
Do you? You love it? You love it, Dennis? You fucking sick piece of shit.
For a grown man to fuck a 14-year-old. A grown man like you.
No, I don't think that jokes about rape are appropriate at all.
Okay. So, do you think it's funny? You think it's a joke to fuck kids?
No, not at all. I think it's disgusting. That's why I wouldn't joke about somebody being a pedophile.
So you don't think it's a joke? You don't think it's a joke to fuck kids?
No, I think it's disgusting.
So you agree with me putting the word joke in quotations in that tweet? Because I don't find it to be a joke.
Really disingenuous move here.
Yeah, very disingenuous move.
So
the framing is abysmal.
The joke wasn't about me fucking kids.
Exactly.
The joke was, in its full context, which you still can't get right. If she's old enough to bleed, she's old enough to breed. Thank you very much, Andre Lopez, for the advice. Now, it was an inappropriate joke I never should have made, which I've been saying for a year now. But the intention was to call out somebody who was, when they were 23, allegedly raped a 14-year-old, slept with a 14-year-old. So the intent is very clear that that's what I'm calling out. You, on the other hand, are calling me a pedophile because you're unhinged and upset because your career's spiraling, and you point to me another reason.
So here's the thing. I'm happy.
I don't see what's wrong with what he just said.
At first, that it's not a joke to fuck kids.
Sure.
Here he goes. He's trying
I'm happy you admitted to that. It was interesting to see you backtrack and try to then claim that it's a joke.
He literally was not backtracking anything. You are backtracking.
Like, look at this and go, wow, Dennis is so smart.
Finish the statement. This is crazy.
Because you're being a dishonest piece of shit. Like, you're
Yes!
gaslighting everybody in real time.
This is going to be impossible.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
it is impossible because you can't fucking be.
So, like, this is where we're at.
You can't speak intelligently. You can't narrow down an accurate, coherent fucking point. That's why this is impossible. Papa Gut's not being impossible. Papa Gut is being very specific and factual in his approach. You just don't like it that you don't have the capacity to argue against it. So if you can't be somebody like Andrew Tate and confidently stand on your pedestal and believe your bullshit, then just buckle and apologize and move on. If you can't just be that crazed, ego-driven maniac, then just admit defeat, own up to your wrongdoings, and fucking move on. Because if you're gonna be a piece of shit, then just be that. Just be that. And argue it to your dying day, and argue it well. But if you can't, then open up your frame of understanding as to why people are viewing you as a disingenuous piece of shit. It is so on display here that it is mind-blowing. It is absolutely mind-blowing that this conversation continues to go in a circle. And the only reason why it's going in a circle is because of Deaf Noodle's inability to just be a rational thinking human being. This is the issue. This is literally the issue. Papa Gut is not the issue in this conversation. That is literally true. It's not objectively true. It is literally true.
We're so wildly dishonest about everything that we can't have a reasonable conversation. The only reason
how is it?
You're
How am I
trying to say that I think it's funny to rape kids when I have used my platform since its beginning to deplatform actual pedophiles.
Yes.
Actual pedophiles.
How is it dishonest?
Dennis,
What do you mean, how is it dishonest?
You were insinuating that I wasn't joking because you want to do everything you can to label me a pedophile because you want to deplatform me. But the reality is
his issue is that he just can't be wrong. He literally cannot be wrong. And that is all ego-driven. He can't be wrong. Andrew Tate is the perfect example of this. In the conversation that he just had with Hassan, 2 weeks ago? Last week? I don't know. My time frame or whatever is all fucked up in my mind. But Andrew Tate is somebody whose ego is just so fucking out of this world that no one else that disagrees with him can be right. Because everything that he feels is true to him. He doesn't understand that you can believe something all you want, but that doesn't make you correct. This is literally Deaf Noodles. Just because you disagree means you are wrong. To Deaf Noodles. That's crazy. That is unhinged, ego-driven logic. I can't support that. I literally cannot support that. And the only people that I can see supporting that methodology of thought is someone that is too young to understand the truth. That's all I see moving forward for Deaf Noodles, is just young, impressionable kids listening to his bullshit and thinking that what he's saying is profound, when it's literally not. When you whittle down to the core of all the shit that he's been saying from what we've been sitting here listening to for 3 fucking hours now, is unhinged and unintelligent and ill-informed. That's it. That's literally it.
People who use TikTok to try to rape children. That's what I've done. While you sit down and talk about how big of a shit Christian Pate has made, I'm talking about real things and putting my platform on the line. Okay? Educating people about sexual assault culture. Like, that's what I do. And, like, this is what's happening. You can, but, like, what do you do all day but talk about bullshit, drama, irrelevant news while pretending to be funny? Like, it's insulting to, like, it's just an insulting thing. And now you're pretending like anything you're saying is an honest framing while desperately trying to walk away from talking about how you are still doubling down on joking about my wife's violent rape that led her to bleed for a week. That's what was happening, because you are desperate to not. You're saying I'm piggybacking on this trauma. It's insane that you're saying I'm piggybacking. Dennis, I am recalling an experience of my wife sitting down in the car, the first moment where she really opened up to me, talking about how she was violently raped. How much it upset me because I handled it the wrong way, because I got so angry I made it about me, and about her asking if I'm okay. It shattered me as an individual, Dennis. This is what I'm talking about, right? And then asking if she thinks,
I'm gonna get so much shit from this.
That it was
yes,
really
Nick. Yes, you are.
This is the fucking situation, and you're saying I'm piggybacking a trauma, Dennis. This is horrible.
Are you too emotional to have this
conversation?
conversation?
This is why I didn't want to have you guys.
Dude, Nick, dude, no. This is not what's gonna fucking happen, dude. You cannot. That is literally the definition of a disingenuous, one-sided, dick-riding moderator. You literally, just earlier, were trying to confront Deaf Noodles in not a very intelligent way either. Let's just go there. Okay? If you're going to call somebody out, then call them out correctly and concisely. Okay? So now we've hit the point where you've become the de facto moderator who's supposed to be impartial to both sides and who's supposed to keep the discussion in a linear direction. Okay? Which I don't believe is possible for this, because it's not a debate. A moderator is necessary for a debate to keep it in line and not off topic. This is not what this is. So don't fucking chime in here now. Be like, oh, Papa Gut, are you too emotional to have this conversation? Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. That is such an invalidated tactic. You're literally invalidating this entire fucking conversation. You literally just did that in that irresponsible fucking question. That's fucked up. That is, man, oh my God. I'm just gonna keep listening because I can't. Like, that really fucking pissed me off right now. Such a fucking piece of shit.
Situation. Because I know that you get
no,
stop.
We're not getting anywhere here. This is like victim Olympics.
No, this isn't victim. This is
back to actual
Jesus
point.
Christ. Nick, you need to stop. I understand in the commentary sphere, you guys have different types of conversations.
Didn't Nick literally just say he's gonna get so much shit for this? Yeah, dude, you are. You wanna know why? Because of this trash fucking take that you just took. Step down. Step the fuck down from this conversation. Seriously.
This is like a big conversation. Like, I'm 32. I know.
But you're not owning him.
I'm not. Because I know the way that you guys are framing it. Oh, Dan, Papa God, you're not owning him because you're expressing a real trauma. Dennis is trying to make the assertion that I'm piggybacking a trauma while desperately avoiding the situation. And you guys are running defense because this is how you talk.
Exactly.
That's fine. I'm trying to have a very real conversation here with a lot of stakes. It's okay.
Yeah, trying to have a real... See, this is the issue. This is why this was never going to work. Because he's trying to have an intelligent adult conversation in front of fucking young kids, okay? Even if you're in your fucking 20s, you know, what Def Noodles is what, 25, 26, 27? I don't fucking know. But clearly you're having this conversation in front of a majority of people that just don't have the capacity to have an adult conversation accordingly. If this is how you want to frame it. Like, this is insane to me. Like, I was totally cool. Like, I don't know much about Nicholas DiOrio. Like, he might have his own fucking issues and, you know, it was problematic in his own way. I don't know. Whatever. That could very much be the case. But if this is an example of how he usually is in conversation, not a fan here. I'll tell you that. Not a fucking fan here. Because you're literally showing yourself. You're showing yourself as being just as disingenuous as Def Noodles is being. Especially being someone who literally just called him out before Papa Gut even came into this fucking conversation. It baffles me that this even fucking happened. This never should have happened in this fucking space. It literally never should have happened because this is what it's devolving into. It's devolving into young, unintelligent dick riding of a dude who just has such a trash and harmful rhetoric train against another creator that's so disproportionate and so dishonest. And Nicholas DiOrio literally just co-signed that. After trying to call out the same fucking guy a couple of hours ago that we just heard. What is this? What is happening?
You think less of me because I'm expressing this? I'm okay with that. But this is why I didn't want to get pulled into a Twitter space with hundreds of people on it, because I knew we were going to play a game where everybody was going to want to get their 2 cents in. But this is distracting from the conversation.
100%.
I'm just saying, but you interrupted my argument with him that was more productive than the conversation you're having right now.
What are you saying? Your conversation was more productive? You literally had no idea how to appropriately debate him. I mean, dude, do we have to go back and listen to how that fucking conversation happened? Like, fuck you, Nick. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, this is so fucking next level. I'm gonna need a fucking drink after this. It's amazing to me how so many people can hear the same conversation and interpret it differently. Doesn't matter how many facts or truth-based opinions are presented, but everyone will interpret it differently. Wild. Fucking wild to me.
here. If you guys would like to go back to talk about that, that's totally fine. This is supposed to be a conversation between me and Beth. And again, the fielding of everybody else, if you're weighing that they're putting their 2 cents in, is completely unproductive. And this is why I didn't want to do it in this style, but this seems to be the only way that it's going to happen. So you guys need to stop weighing in. It's okay that you have your opinions. Totally fine. But again, it's distracting from the core argument. I went off and I was talking about the situation. This is an oppression Olympics. I know maybe it looks like some you guys, you probably don't, but maybe you know people who are trying to be disingenuous. I hate bringing up this point. It's an embarrassing point that I bring up. The fact that I have to keep reliving my wife's travel, like showing it on the internet. She's not happy about this. She's sitting here listening to. Do you think that we're like jerking off? Oh my God, I can't wait to talk about this thing that's so sensitive and private. No, but the reality is that this is the center point of it. And Dennis is desperately trying to double down on making a joke about my wife being raped. And I just don't really understand, or at the very least, excuse me, let me frame that properly. Doubling down on my emotional reaction to like relaying that experience. And that's what this comes down to. So let Dennis speak. This is not going to be productive if you guys keep butting in.
All right, I agree with you. Let Dennis speak.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So there's a lot that just got said. Like, I don't even know where to begin.
Begin with my wife's rape.
Yeah. First off, I mean, I please tell me where I joked about.
You had said that I'm piggybacking on her trauma, and then you're.
So tell me how that's a joke.
Sure. So again, you're belittling the situation by suggesting that I'm piggybacking on it.
How much observation? It's an observation. How is it a joke?
Because you keep showing.
You called it a joke.
You keep showing my face crying, Dennis. That's the joke, right?
How is it? No, that's you. I'm not.
So you weren't joking by showing that face and making a T-shirt out of it?
Hold on.
Yeah, trying to profit.
I didn't show your wife. I didn't mention your wife. I didn't talk about her.
God, dude.
I showed your face.
Yeah. Dude.
I showed your face. And by
Mental
the way,
gymnastics.
I didn't even watch the clip long enough to know that that's what you talked about. I watched the part where you said this.
Why didn't you watch it in full fucking context? This is why people have the impression and, well, more of an understanding of why you are a disingenuous man. Because you have such an ego that's all the way up here that you just didn't have the capacity to be able to watch something in full context. And then report on it, okay, on your Twitter, on your YouTube, whatever, irrelevant. But speak on it, and then put Papa Guts' crying face on a fucking t-shirt to profit off of and shame him for having an emotional moment. This is not a difficult concept to understand. It's really not. So why do we continue to get to this point of mental gymnastics? Papa Gut is literally not engaging in mental gymnastics. He's being very direct. And you, Dennis, refuse to directly respond. Your version of a response is to take the conversation somewhere else and talk about some other shit that doesn't fucking matter. You can never directly address a point when confronted directly by the person. It's just true. It's just fucking true. You can't convince me otherwise. Because this is what I'm seeing and I'm hearing. I'm exhausted. It's been almost 3.5 hours.
Start crying, and then I had to get back to work.
I didn't start crying until I finished talking about my wife's thing. So I don't really know what you're talking about. If you watch that, you know what it's about.
That was the clip I watched. That's the clip somebody sent me, and I've already explained it here earlier.
Well, now that you know context, do you think that maybe it was insensitive that you'd be like, you know what, Papa, I didn't know that that's what it was about, and now that I do, I'm going to retract that. It's kind of shitty, even if it was just a joke. That's what you have to say. Like,
you know what? I took the t-shirts down. I talked to some of your fans earlier. Like, so, I recognize the lines. The lines are in different places for different.
So what you're saying is, do you apologize for the joke? Do you apologize for making a satirical display of me for that, or are you doubling down?
Like, I'm trying to understand what it is, because you've made several...
Dude, do you see how he just can't fucking directly being like, you know what, dude? You're right. It's inappropriate. I took the shirts down. I understand that that it was very inappropriate. I understand. He literally can't do that. He is incapable of doing that. But instead, he engages in mental gymnastics to talk about some other shit, to frame it a different way. It's a defense mechanism. It is literally his defense mechanism to deflect. Deflect Noodles. Defamation Noodles. Lack of accountability taking Noodles. Okay, now I'm just being ridiculous, but you understand the point.
Yeah, we can talk about that right after this very simple question. Do you apologize or are you doubling down? You can certainly double down. You literally say it. Double down, apologize.
I want to be able to conclude a thought because
you're
it's
trying
not
to
going to be
walk off of the primary situation because
exactly.
you know that if you give a genuine answer, you're going to look stupid. So just answer the question. What do you want to talk about?
Where's the lie?
Away from the initial conversation.
Can I get a word in?
Just say it.
Okay. So, you said I was joking about your wife's rape. I explained exactly. In fact, for people who have been hearing this for the 4 or 5 hours that I've been on, you know that I said this like 3 hours ago. That I said this exact same thing. So you know I'm coming from an authentic place. This is exactly what happened because I didn't even know the
You're not.
This
You fucking disingenuous piece of shit.
So I'm just literally repeating what I said 3 hours ago. I was sent this clip. I watched it for like 15 seconds in my office, and I got a screenshot, and I had to go back to work. So here's the thing.
How is that not the literal definition of being disingenuous? I mean, am I an idiot? Am I just simply not understanding? That could be the case. But I 150 fucking % argue against that. Because I think I understand it pretty well. But that's just the example. That's the perfect example of how disingenuous he is and how biased he is against against Papa Gut. He already has his opinion, so he didn't give a shit to understand the context of that emotional moment. He just saw, the man that he can't fucking stand crying, took a screenshot and went about his business.
I was
the literal definition of being disingenuous. A disingenuous, biased piece of shit.
Making fun of your wife's, sexual assault that was not the intention at all.
Again, what were we talking about earlier? Defamation by implication. It's all implication. Because you would be more respected if you would just have the ability to relay a coherent thought. Like, you can be dumb, but be able to relay your thought process coherently and still kind of get respect for it. You're like, well, he's wrong, but hey, he argued his inaccuracies well. But he's fully incapable of forming a coherent, logical thought. Man, if I wasn't a fan before, I certainly ain't now. I mean, this is the line drawn in the sand for me. I mean, I already had my opinion formed for the most part about Def Noodles before, in recent months. But this is embarrassing. Like, this is the line in the sand. This is just like, dude, you have a 6-hour fucking Twitter space call that people literally, like, he was trying to frame it in a certain way with Papa Gut, like, oh, so you really think you know me? You really think you know me just by, like, having a conversation with me or whatever? And the thing is, it's like, dude, you can really understand a lot about a person by listening to them talk for an extended period of time. That's literally how you form your opinions about people. Okay? When you go to a party, all right, and you have maybe like a 5-minute conversation with somebody, you immediately know what type of person that is in that 5 minutes. Okay? It might not happen every time, but it'll happen a majority of the time. Because if you're having a conversation with a complete stranger, they have no reason to be 100% authentic to you in that conversation. So they are going to be their authentic self. Usually. Again, not all the time, but probably a majority of the time. They're going to be who they are to you. And you're going to form your opinion about that person. So here we have a 6-hour call where you're literally showing who you are. I don't give a fuck how your friends feel about you, because obviously you're going to cater to your friends. You're going to be a certain way to your friends. You're not going to speak harmfully to your friends because they're your friends. You don't want to be called out by your friends. So you're going to show them a certain way. But in a 6-hour call that we're only listening to, just a little over 2 hours of, we can see who you are, dude. We can really see and listen to who you are. That's just the truth.
In fact, your fans asked me to take down the shirt. I took down the shirt. I took down a few of the other posts. At the end of the day, if you're feeling personally, I can't speak for your significant other, but if you're feeling hurt by these jokes, I'm more than happy to talk to you about them. Okay? And I'm more than happy to understand everything that's going on. At the end of the day, if it really hurts you and it hurt your feelings that I joked about you looking like a pedophile.
This is what I hate that people do. If you were hurt, if you were impacted by what I said, I apologize. If your feelings got hurt, if you shed a tear over what I said, I'm sorry. What's genuine about that? What part of that is taking accountability? Because what you're really saying is that I'm not sorry for doing it. There's nothing wrong with what I did or what I said. But if you were hurt by it, for that I apologize. That's not an apology. That's literally not an apology. That's a performative talking point. That's all it is. That's just you showing face. So you have the ability later on to be like, dude, I already apologized to him. I already apologized. I already took accountability. I apologized that I hurt his feelings. It's like, dude, that's not an apology. That's disingenuous, which is the word of the day today, apparently. We're almost 3.5 hours into this. The word of the day is disingenuous. So if that's how you apologize to me, just know that it is not accepted. Don't apologize for my hurt feelings, okay? Apologize for your actions. Apologize for your implications. Don't apologize for the hurt feelings. Apologize for the act of just being a piece of shit. That's where the apology should come from. Are we good? We understand? Alright, let's move on.
And I apologize.
I am sorry. Thank you.
Feelings
Thank
hurt.
you so much. I appreciate it. But can we quickly? Yeah. I just want to be very concise here. Or are you still going? Go ahead.
I want to finish my point. I just want to finish my point real quick. Now, you should know that we are on the internet, and as
had no idea. Could have fooled me.
People are going to say a lot of shit. In fact, I've done a lot of different shows and things, and I've had people in different shows call me crazy things, and it just
slow fucking clap.
A thought for the future, because people, the more you grow, the more shit people are going to say about you. But maybe prepare yourself as you grow to hear some of these other things from other people. Because not everyone is going to reach out and try to have a conversation with you about it the way that I'm doing. And a lot of people will, in fact, double down. Huh?
Exactly. You see how he's trying to frame it?
The only reason you're having this conversation.
He's trying to frame the fact that he's the white knight. I'm giving you this space. I am providing you this space to speak your mind. It's like, dude, come off of your fucking high horse. You ego-driven piece of shit. You self-serving, ego-driven piece of shit. If he could suck his own dick, he would. Allegedly. Dude, I'm literally like, I'm devolving into madness at this point. This is crazy. I feel gaslit. The audience probably did too. That actually sat there and listened to this live. For that, I apologize to all of you for you having to go through all that. I apologize that y'all may have felt gaslit in that Twitter space call. I apologize on behalf of the aggressor in that conversation. Actually, no, I don't. Fuck him.
Because you realized that this was a really bad look for you. You would have never done this if people were agreeing with you.
How do you know?
It's a very reasonable assumption considering you doubled down for the past week. But continue your point. This isn't an appeal to emotion. But you would have never done this if it wasn't for you getting completely blasted for the past week.
100%.
You don't actually care. Same thing as last time. You didn't talk to me until you fell.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. He's such a fucking child, dude.
You're like, the fact you're jumping to conclusions and putting words in my mouth is the weirdest thing.
I'm holding you accountable for your shitty action.
Exactly.
How are you holding me accountable? You're literally making stuff up.
No, I'm telling you the truth. You're very easy to read. You're not a very you're somebody that a lot of people meet.
He's you're not a complex person. I know who you are.
And then you will generally get away with whatever you kind of want. But when you don't, you have a hissy fit and you cry, and then you go on a tirade talking.
Facts.
So tell me,
fucking facts.
Have you ever met me in person?
No,
irrelevant.
I don't think that I need to. This is the age of the internet.
Have you ever?
So I don't think I need to meet somebody in person to know you personally. Even if this is just an app.
Have you ever?
The internet's very transparent.
So you're telling me that when you watch a movie, you think that Tommy Lee Jones or
Tommy Lee Jones.
Let me finish my
with you multiple times before. It's not
Let me finish my point.
I've already lasted your point. Finish it, but it's a dumb point.
So you're telling me that when you watch a movie,
this isn't a movie.
You believe
talked before. This isn't a movie. You don't need to finish the point. It's a garbage point. You look like an idiot. Dennis, we are talking now. We've talked before. I see you live interacting constantly in the way that we interact with each other. You're not Tommy Lee Jones. You're not Stephen Colbert.
He's like, you're not Kevin Bacon.
Situations in the real world, and I know you as a person because you're an easy read. You're not a complex individual.
Can I get a word in?
Sorry, you said the same thing again. You've never heard Tommy Lee Jones. You just watch TV about him. Good point.
That is so funny.
Okay. Can I? Go ahead. You just said I could talk and then you interrupted me. Are you gonna? Okay, cool. So here's the thing. You're basing all of your assumptions on who I am as a person on the sliver that I show on the internet.
What are you talking about? You fucking dumb piece of shit. Dude, you can easily tell who somebody is, okay? By them listening to them for an extended period of time, speaking to what they believe in. That speaks to a person. Your beliefs speak to your thought process, your mental capacity, your understanding of life, your understanding of someone's transgressions, your understanding to, how people feel invalidated about certain things. How you respond to this is what defines you as a person. This is not hard to believe, or this is not hard to understand. This is not complicated. He's making it complicated because if he were to admit that Papa Gut is right in what he's saying, it totally dismantles anything that he has to say moving forward. So he's never going to admit it. If he did, I'd be shocked, but I also, probably won't believe it because it would be performative. It would be disingenuous and performative. And just for the sake of holding on to whatever credibility that you feel that you have. This is not a difficult concept to understand. It's really not. But he's trying to lessen it. He's trying to cheapen the point of reference by being like, you really think you know me by just the minuscule aspect of what I put out online. And it's like, dude, no, we're not judging you or coming to a conclusion of who you are based on, your 10-minute videos that you put on YouTube. No, it's actually coming from, if you really, really, really analyze this incredible amount of loss of a fan base that he's having right now, it's based on his unhinged conversations that he's having on Twitter. It's in what he posts. It's in how he responds to comments. And it's in this. This is the example. But Deaf Noodles is literally somebody who, if he listened back to all this, he would still think that he's right. He would still not be able to recognize that his actions and what he's saying and how he's conducting himself is wrong. He will not believe that. He will not recognize that. And anybody that tells him otherwise is an incel, apparently. It's crazy.
Upload 8 to 10 minute videos on the internet. I do a live stream 3 days out of the week. That's 2 hours. There are 24 hours in a day. You literally get to see minutes of who I am and what I do. And you're basing an entire assumption of who I am on this microcosm that I present on the internet.
You see how he keeps trying to make it small?
So,
keeps trying to make it small.
With that being said, do you feel like you just...
That's someone who literally, to me, it's someone who has such a low intellect. I mean, this is what it boils down to. Is if that you are just trying so hard to just drive this point, to just make it so little and so tiny, and you're just so misunderstood. You can't possibly know who I am as a person based on how I present myself in my long-form content, because take away the hyper-edited videos that you put on YouTube. Take away from that, all right? You talk to somebody long-form, or you listen to somebody long-form, it's not hard. It's not hard to come to a basis of who that person is based on how they speak about what they believe. Okay? It's not hard. He literally just said that he does it 3 days a week. That's enough. You're now on a 6-hour fucking call in a public forum just saying bullshit and doubling down on what you believe to be true. That doesn't make you right. But what it does do is it shows, it exposes who you are as a person. That's literally what it does. That's what this is doing. And he'll never get it. And if it takes you to, you know, be deplatformed or completely lose your fan base or whatever to be able to understand that, then it's just too late. It's just too late.
For yourself. Everything encompasses everything that you like. The way that you present yourself. I don't know anymore.
If you watch my content, this is like, for the most part the way that I interact. If someone said, "Papa, that I know you because I watch your content," I say, "You're right."
You're essentially saying I'm like a bad person.
Yes,
based on
exactly.
Based on a 2-hour-long conversation plus this interaction where you have an unhinged meltdown and decide to call me like a pedophile constantly because you can't cope with the fact that your career's dying. Like, yes. Dennis, I know you.
That speaks to your character.
When you see somebody in their rawest form, their most emotional form, you get to really know who they are. I know you. You're not complex, Dennis. Okay? You're a walking red flag.
I'm a walking red flag. Immediately judge them.
What do you mean?
You do this for everybody across the board. You see them and you immediately judge them.
I've been interacting with you for a while. We had a whole 2-hour conversation. I've talked to people in here. I know them pretty well. They know me. If Nicholas Diorio said, "Papa Gut, I think this about you," there's a good chance he has a reason for it. Probably because he watches my content and he's interacted with me before. So I can make the same about you. The difference is, Dennis, is that you're niece.
So here's my thought on this, right? My first impression of you was that you weren't very charitable towards me, that you just literally hid parts of what I had done in the video.
Why are we getting so off topic about, like, why don't you later talk about this stuff? Because we got back to this, and Dennis, I was like, Dennis, I'd really like to push you. I'd really like to push you on this whole thing where you were joking about, right? I want to talk about that. You keep going back to this. I don't really care, mostly because, like, we were really on this point, and you've done it about 3 times now, and I'm looking for a very simple answer. I got very upset and emotional because I was recalling my interaction with my wife, expressing to me her horrific trauma, which kind of fucked me up a little bit. I wouldn't say I'm traumatized. I had a genuine response. You took a picture of me saying that, made it shirts, whatever. Now that I explained the full context, let's say you didn't know the full context. That's totally fine. Now that I've explained it, would you say, "You know what, Papa, that I probably should have done that. My bad." That's all I need. Yeah, you know what? That was kind of shitty. That's okay. All you have to say is that, and I would say, Dennis, I understand because I've been there too. We've all made mistakes. That's all you have to say.
Can you just please for a second let me talk? Like, you don't let me finish any of my points.
I let you finish all of your points. You just don't like them pushing you really hard.
Exactly.
No, that's not what it is.
He is a petulant child.
God, I respond, Nick. Please, somebody else.
Nick, please save me from the big bad fat bald man that just makes so much sense. Nick, save me. Nick, please. Shut up. Be a fucking man. Address your points and address them well. And listen and understand what the adults are saying when they're speaking to you. I mean, dude, this conversation is so unhinged that I feel like I'm becoming unhinged. I'm literally devolving into the Joker at this point. Like, what is happening? Seriously.
Honest with you, Daph, if you want to have a conversation at some point soon, I'd love to talk to you. I feel like I could have a nice, calm conversation.
Yeah.
I can't do this modern.
What do you mean by that? You feel like you can have a nice, calm conversation as opposed to what Papa Gut is having right now? Justifiably so? What do you mean by that, Nicholas Diorio? What do you mean by that? Because as I recall, when we were listening to you earlier, you literally were also being very argumentative, okay, and not properly articulating your points. You were also speaking in circles, as Def has been doing this entire time. So what makes your ability to have a conversation with him better than Papa Gut? You want to know the truth? There's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. Sorry to say it. Actually, no, I'm not. You just need to accept that and quit trying to think that you're better than the adults in the room. Because you're not. Okay? Literally not.
That's fine. Listen, I really want to stop getting off the point about this, like, you know, the picture.
Yeah.
Then Dennis, again, I've talked to you before, and you do your best to try to, like, pivot. Again, let me just say one more time. And I want just a genuine answer. I'm giving you an out. I'm saying, Dennis, I've been there. I've made jokes that are unintentionally bad because I don't understand the full context. Are you apologetic about joking about me getting upset that my wife was raped? That's it. Is that still funny to you?
Are you gonna let me talk?
Yes. Answer the question. Yes, you got it. Floor is yours.
Okay, great. So, what you just showed to me is that you're not listening at all to anything I'm saying.
Really? Is that what he showed to you? Is that he's not listening? Could have fooled me.
3 minutes ago, I asked you about the joke. I explained exactly what happened. Exactly, that I did not know. I didn't watch the full context of the video, that I just got the screenshot, and that was it. And then I said that I apologize.
Oh, so you didn't. You said that every... No. Now, I accept your apology. Thank you so much, even though I was lying. But here's the thing. You didn't apologize. You kept saying different people have different joking lines. That's you desperate to not answer the question. Don't give me this disingenuous bullshit. You never apologize. You said everybody has a different line. You were doubling down. And now I ask you a very basic question. You apologize, and now you say you do. So you apologize for being insensitive, right? We're good? That's cool? You don't think it's funny that my wife was raped anymore?
Here's the thing, dude. I'm going to end up having to mute your mic if you're not going to let me talk so that I can actually respond.
Oh my God. What a fucking child.
Else wants to moderate.
I'll moderate.
Is Paige Christie here? Because then she can jump in as a moderator.
Cool.
Yeah. Paige Christie's in the chat, y'all. She just made a great 45-minute video about the downfall of Death Noodles. Paige Christie's in the chat, y'all. Yeah, sure, Def, I'll moderate you and also destroy you at the same time. You fucking loser piece of shit.
Is Paige?
Who's Paige?
You want to add Paige, Christy?
Who's Paige? Don't pretend like you don't know who Petty Paige is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Is she wants to moderate? Where is she?
Yeah, I think she'll do a good job at moderating.
Really?
I doubt she's here. She's in the UK.
I think she'll do a good job of moderating. Yeah, sure.
She's here. Don't worry. She's coming.
She is here.
Is she on her what?
Okay, I'm looking through.
So she's also in your chat. So I think she'll be.
Are you guys confirming that? Because I was going to go to the bathroom really quick if that's what's going to happen.
All right.
You know, I'm going to take that as an opportunity to go to the bathroom as well.
Hey, I'm here if you want me to help out.
Can you moderate?
Sure.
Can you help moderate?
Sure.
Okay. Great. All right. So this conversation got all out of whack. Is he here?
Oh, he's gone to the toilet now. So if you give him a moment, and by that time,
Toilet?
Paige might be here.
While he's at the toilet, like, there's a circle of apologies. Can you guys, or can you just state, like, what you're apologizing for, or if you apologize for anything? Because I feel like it's the circle of, well, you're not sorry for this, and you did this, and it's like, I think...
I understand what you're saying. It's like, it's kind of difficult to keep up because he keeps, like, leveling accusations against me and, like, changing the conversation.
Well, are you apologetic for anything? Because I think that will, like, okay, yes, I apologize, you know?
I said, I mean, you'll remember, I said it just a couple of minutes ago, I said that I apologize because I didn't know that had anything to do with his wife, right? Or any of that. That was not my intention to make fun of her, right? So I apologize to him for that. So
I know, but I don't think it's clear when you guys are going in circles. I think it's not clear. So I think if you just upfront, like, I apologize because I said this, and I apologize if I did this. Like, you know what I mean? Because I think that's
From what I
understand,
there was a picture that was clipped from a video where Papa was upset listening to a story about sexual assault, and that photo was clipped and used for a t-shirt. Dennis didn't know that that's what that was from. Is that correct? Am I following correctly?
Sure, yeah. That's what he says, sure.
Girl, we've already moved past that, girl. Ugh.
Yeah. So, and I followed up after explaining that I apologized for doing that because I didn't know the full context.
No, he apologized for him, getting his feelings hurt. It wasn't genuine, but whatever. Let's just fucking move past it at this point.
The video. So
the first time for context was understand that you said that everybody has a different line for comedy, and now you're finally apologizing. I want to be contextually accurate.
No, that's not what I said.
You can say that, but that's what you were saying.
That's not what I said. Sure. Okay. Anyway, either way, whether or not I said that, this is where we're at. Okay, that's the apology right here. Okay, I apologize for that. I did not mean to hurt your feelings with that situation. So,
lies. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I just wanted to shame you on a public platform and monetize my shaming you. I didn't mean for you to get your feelings hurt. I didn't mean for it. Oh, it was an accident. It was an accident. I had my assistant do it overnight because, I can never be bothered. It's totally an accident. Ouch.
That's where you said you apologized and I felt upset?
You sure did.
Honestly, I've been talking to people for like 6 hours.
People are telling me that you said that you apologized for being upset. That's not an apology.
Yeah, Papa, that's what he said. That's literally what that's not what Papa said. That's literally what Def said. We all heard it, and I can understand that, in his frustration that he didn't catch on to that, but we all heard it. That's exactly what he apologized for. He apologized for him being upset, and not for the action.
It's actually passive aggressive. Wait, you apologize for posting the picture or because I got upset?
Can I get a thought out? Can I please get a thought out?
Can you get a thought out? Because it doesn't seem that you think very much about what you say. At least that's what I think. That's how I feel. That's my interpretation of you based on your own actions. I don't know, Def. Tell us, what was your intention? Fucking incel? Now I'm gonna call you an incel.
Hold on. My dogs, I apologize.
What? Are you apologizing because I'm upset or because what you did was wrong? Now that you know the context.
Well, you
I've
fucking
been doing
hold
this for
on.
like 6 hours. I apologize if I get fucked up.
Fucked up?
Literally said before.
He's the only person that I've ever heard in real life say fucked up, like F-A-W-K. Like, I just write that to be funny in a text message, but he's literally like, fucked up. It's in the back of your throat, all the saliva. Fucked up.
Was that I apologize for the photo, for sharing that photo, putting it on the t-shirt, that I did not know the full context of it, okay? I don't know what else you want to get out of this situation, so I want to make sure that we're home.
By just simply apologizing in a genuine way. Like, I don't understand. Like, he's just so fucking clueless, dude. He's like, I don't understand what you want to get out of this conversation. For you to take ability and be a grown-ass man and admit that you're wrong. Don't apologize for someone's feelings getting hurt. Apologize for you being a piece of shit. That's the start. That's literally the beginning. That's the beginning of your redemption arc. Is admitting your faults. Don't apologize for people getting their feelings hurt. Apologize for you being the piece of shit. It's simple. It's simple human nature. Simple. This is not complicated. Fuck. Petulant fucking child, let me tell you.
Because apparently earlier you said that you were apologizing because I got upset that you did that thing, not for the actual thing. But it sounds like what you're saying now is that okay.
We're like getting in the weeds of like these words.
Well, that's what semantics about, right? Semantics.
Because words have meaning. It is semantics. You've been arguing semantics this whole fucking time. Poorly, but you have. Words matter. Intention matters. Def. Dennis. Jesus.
Play a word game. That's kind of what we're talking about. I'm literally. I said it seems like you're. It seems like you're apologizing now. I was just making sure we're accurate. I don't know why you're getting so upset about it.
It's no, totally fine. Like I said earlier, I've been doing this. I don't even know how many. Somebody know how many hours I've been doing this?
So that point I think is handled. He apologizes for posting that and not knowing the context. I guess what else do you guys want to cover?
Yeah.
We might be good, I guess.
Oh, such a great moderator. Such a great moderator. I think he apologized. What else y'all want to talk about? So dismissive. What else? I don't know. Maybe address all the other fucking bullshit he's been talking about and not taking accountability for. That it took 2 hours for him to finally apologize. I don't know. I could think of a lot of things to talk about at this point.
Want to do like a closing statement or something? We could do that. I'm totally fine with all that. I can do one, and then I can like let step out because it seems like we've exhausted the conversation. You can continue to do your live.
No, honestly, I have my dogs here. They want to eat. That's why they're barking. Sure. But yeah, I mean, I feel like we reached a conclusion. It feels like I guess.
Well, we never really reached why you thought it was funny to constantly call me a pedophile.
Oh my god,
so
bro.
we didn't actually reach a conclusion.
Please.
Oh my god! Please. It's just like, dude.
I know you're like hyped up that you're like that you got a lot going on, but like, please let me finish a single thought, like single one. Okay. Sorry.
That's so fucking dismissive. Like, honestly, I know you got a lot going on. You're so hyped up and blah blah blah. It's like, it's literally equivalent to, I apologize for your feelings getting hurt. Like, you're just being dismissive. And it literally, this speaks to your character. You're showing who you are, dude. You're really showing who you are. That you literally could care less. I bet you that he, at the end of this call, once he ended it and he went back to, his own fucking, his own evening or whatever the fuck, he was just like, well, that was stupid, and fucking moved on with his night. Instead of being like, I think I have a lot of things to think about. I think it's a good idea for me to take some time to myself and reflect on why this 6-hour call did no justice to my character or credibility. Why do people feel so strongly about me? Why is their opinion of me so negative? These are the things that you need to ruminate on in your mind. These are the things, these are the ideas, the concepts that are not fucking high level. They're really very, very based. These are the things that you need to ponder on and question within yourself and come to a resolution within yourself. It's very simple. It's a part of human nature. We all make mistakes. We all speak out of our ass sometimes. We all say shit that we don't mean. And defending our harmful topics of conversation is not it. That's not the answer. That's not how you come to a solution. With integrity, with intelligence. It's just not. So the only thing that I can really surmise is that he just doesn't have the capacity within himself to be able to do this. He doesn't have the capacity, the ability, or the wherewithal, or the nerve to be able to question his own intentions. He doesn't have the ability to question his own actions. He only has the ability to deflect and question everybody else. That's clear to me. It's so clear. And yes, I can easily surmise that by just listening to you speak for 2 hours. I haven't even heard the remaining 4 hours of this fucking call, which I still plan on doing, but I don't need to be able to create a pretty informed opinion about who you are as a person. The only reason why I'm curious to hear the remainder of the call is because I want to hear how you interact with the other people that you've spoken ill of in previous months. In particular, Rich Lux and Adam McIntyre. I want to hear how the conversation between you and Rich Lux. I want to hear if Rich Lux called you out for insinuating that he's an engine to the alt-right pipeline, for calling out Ethan Klein and his crew as engaging in homophobic rhetoric. I want to hear if that's brought up in conversation. And if Rich doesn't push you on that topic, then, you know, that's Rich's issue. So let's see how this ends up in this last half hour.
If there's nothing else that we can accomplish, I mean, we've already talked about so much stuff. You kind of addressed the whole thing with the pedophile joke.
You never said it
exactly.
You've been doubling down about saying insinuating heavily that I'm a pedophile for the entire time. We never actually talked about that.
Yup.
We talked about
we did.
No,
you didn't.
We didn't really talk about do you think it was okay to constantly label me a pedophile?
I mean, do you think it's okay to fuck kids?
No, Dennis. And I made my joke, and that's why I apologize. And it wasn't about fucking kids, Dennis. So this is what you're doing. You're deflecting. I apologized vehemently for a joke for a year ago, and now you're getting called on your shit, and you're back on it. You saying that you joked about raping kids, the same thing as I said. You got banned on Twitter for fucking exploiting children. If I just kept saying that out of context, I look stupid. That's how you look right now, constantly reinforcing a lie. Dennis, do you think it's appropriate to constantly call somebody a pedophile? Jokingly, do you think that's appropriate? Because you're suing Keemstar for doing something, and by the way, what you're doing is worse than what he's doing to you. So how is it that you can exist in this world where you think it's justifiable to sue Keemstar for what he said, but somehow it's not justifiable for what you said? I'd really like to hear your answer on this. I'd love to know mental gymnastics.
I've got the answer. Ego.
How to explain this insane level.
Everyone else is wrong, and I'm right.
Okay. So I explained this earlier.
I wasn't here. I don't care.
It's like, just fucking say it. Just stop trying to fucking beat around the bush.
There's a very clear difference, okay? And the only reason why I'm actually going to talk about this aspect is because I've already talked about it publicly numerous times, even before anything was filed. So the difference is, let's look at Keemstar's statement, right? Keemstar published a statement saying that I had groomed girls, numerous girls. There were victims who were going to come forward. And then he said, he labeled it as he usually labels his news pieces, #drama alert. At the top of it, if you look at his profile, he has his, it says, trending, breaking news.
The funny thing is that part, I don't believe he even addressed that part directly as far as honing in on the point where it's he ended these tweets with #drama alert. That's lawyer talk to me. That's a lawyer telling him you got him. He literally he's trying to push it forth as fact. He hashtagged it drama alert. It's dude, I don't believe he's gonna win that case. I really don't. Because I mean, especially after this. Because if I was Keemstar and Keemstar's lawyer, I would wholeheartedly figure out a legal way to be able to use this as an opposing argument. If it's possible, I would do it. Because it really is the same scenario. I know he's, again, trying to engage in mental gymnastics right now to be able to justify or solidify, I guess, on why they're two totally different things. But the fact of the matter is, it's the same. It's literally the same. It's just a different person. And it's you that's being affected. That's why it matters so much. That's why you're trying to do your damnness to be able to deflect and try to explain why it's different. Because it's you that's on the receiving end. But when you do it to Papa Gut, it's just a joke. You shouldn't be mad about this. I'm sorry that you got your feelings hurt. You should be sorry for literally harassing him. It's not a joke, dude. You're not fucking Kevin Hart, all right? You're not Whitney Cummings. You're not Dave Chappelle, all right? You're fucking Deaf Noodles. You have a YouTube channel, all right? You're not even nowhere near Andrew Schultz, which is probably somebody that you would probably equate yourself to. As Andrew Schultz is somebody who literally created his whole fucking empire off of the internet and became super fucking popular and successful. That's probably who you want to model yourself after. But it's just not happening because you're not funny. You're not a fucking comedian. You should have stuck to your cat in a Minecraft house shtick. Because at least, to me, as someone who watched you at that time, I thought it was remotely entertaining. But after you ended it, and you're like, I'm gonna be my true self, I'm Dennis. Then I started spewing all this fucking negativity. Because you were so exhausted and tired of hiding behind a character that you wanted to be your true self. Well, guess what? We see you for who you are. You're being your true self. Trust and believe. Trust and believe.
Social media interactions and leading name, and he presents his show as a news show. In fact, he's already said numerous times that he's put people behind bars while covering these allegations. That's Keemstar. That's the context of his tweet that he published as news without any indication whatsoever that it was a joke. And if you look at the replies, in fact, the quote retweets, you'll see that all of that supports the idea that people thought it was real. The false accusation that he made against me. In fact, he even later admitted that it was made falsely and maliciously. The difference between me and Keemstar goes all the way back to 2019. I did an interview, and this has been something that I've repeated over and over again. Did an interview with Vulture, New York Magazine, where I explained that my show was a parody of his show, of Perez Hilton, and other news shows, that I have a parody news show. That it's satirical in nature, but it's a parody of a news show. That I'm not an actual news source and shouldn't be considered as such. In fact, at the top of my bios everywhere, so, there's that aspect. Also, would you say that saying that somebody looks like a pedophile is an accusation?
You constantly asserting that I look like a pedophile over and over again, talking about going on the street and asking.
Yup. It is, again, defamation by implication. You put up an image of a fucking truck or a van or whatever and insinuate that that's his pedo van and all this stuff. Like, come on. Are we serious? What mental gymnastics. Word 2 of the day. Shit. Everybody whip out their fucking Merriam-Webster dictionaries. Shit.
Look like a pedophile. You're doing everything you can to play the plausible deniability game.
Okay,
Yes.
so
I know that you want to play the legal game, but morally you know that you're incorrect. If Keemstar, if I had Canadian in Keemstar's bio, would what he said be appropriate?
If I say that you look like a fire extinguisher, are you an actual fire extinguisher?
Could a person ever be a fire extinguisher?
Exactly. Could I be one? Maybe for Halloween.
Could a person ever be a fire extinguisher? Could a person, it's a very simple question. Can a person be a fire extinguisher?
Okay, you want a more practical?
No, Dennis.
I identify as a fire extinguisher. Damn it. Jesus Christ. What is happening? Oh my god. After 4 hours, I feel mentally exhausted by this conversation. I'm actually very glad it's almost over.
Can a person be a fire extinguisher? You tagged the FBI.
A chef. If I say that you look like a chef.
Yes, then people can think I'm a chef. Yes, because people can be chefs. So if you said I look like a chef, people can think I'm actually a chef. That disproves your argument. You saying I look like a pedophile is an insinuation that I am a pedophile, especially with a absolute stain on the that you.
Saying that you look like a chef, you're I don't know if you're purposely missing the
No,
point.
I think that you don't have a point in this.
But saying that
Hey, guys.
you look like a chef, saying that you
No,
look like a
don't
chef
hey guys nothing.
doesn't mean that you're a chef. Saying that somebody looks like somebody or like something, I can say that you look like Robert De Niro. Doesn't mean that you're Robert De Niro. I can say that you look like, the Tower of Pisa. Doesn't mean that you're the Tower of Pisa.
Shut up! He's so fucking dumb.
Did you show a picture of me having a pedophile name and saying that that's my car? Isn't that
Yes, he did.
It's not. I mean, can you admit that saying that somebody looks like a pedophile doesn't mean that they are a pedophile?
You are implying that they are.
Okay.
Hey guys, I think you guys can kind of agree to disagree at
No.
this point.
No. There's no. This is a very this is why. Here we go. The dick riding commences. No. This is a very, very serious topic. Okay. He is very clearly implying that he is a pedophile and has doubled down on it multiple times. Okay? Now, you are intellectually dishonest if you are literally now trying to mediate and be like, I think we can agree to disagree. No, this is fucking serious. This isn't a joke. This isn't like, fucking Deaf Noodles came out and said some distasteful yo mama joke or some shit. That's not what this is. That's literally not what this is. He has literally doubled down and implied that this man is a pedophile, which is exactly what happened to him. Okay? But somehow, in his logic, it's okay what he's doing, but it's not okay what was done to him, even though it was the same fucking scenario. Same scenario. And let's be honest, the only fucking reason, okay? Because I watched Papa Gut's video that he made yesterday after he was reacting to the fact that Deaf Noodles was putting out shirts that he was going to sell, and that he said that he was going to do a man on the street scenario video, that he was going to go and show the picture of Papa Gut and be like, hey, does this man look like a pedophile? And Papa Gut reacted and said that if he comes out with this video, I'm gonna fucking sue him. Because literally, it's harassment and it is defamatory. Again, defamation by implication. You are implying that this man is a pedophile, okay? Literally. That is literally true. Whether or not you can't, he can't honestly admit it, because then it totally dismantles his lawsuit. It totally dismantles his lawsuit with Keemstar. So he's never going to admit his wrongdoing here. But literally, the fact that he is doing it to somebody else, which is what he's suing somebody that did it to him for, I think that that's reason enough for him to lose that fucking case. I'll tell you what. Don't think for a second that Keemstar's lawyers are not finding a way to utilize this to their benefit. Especially because Keemstar was in this call earlier. We never heard that part, obviously. I don't know to what extent it is, but I know that it happened. I know that Keemstar was there. So, I obviously have to go back and listen for context. But, this is exactly why the dick riding moderator doesn't work. Because then you have situations like this. Guys, I think we can agree to disagree. You're never gonna, come to a legitimate, logical realization that implying that he's a pedophile is wrong. What? How fucking old are you? What is this?
Call me a pedophile.
I understand what you're saying.
Like, this is, again,
no, you don't.
Like, Dennis is heavily insinuating that I'm a pedophile. And so, for whatever reason, we're playing like respect Dennis for using malicious accusations
exactly
that are invalidating to victims
of course. And I actually just wanted to say something, Papa. I just actually want to say something towards your side of this.
Girl, stop.
It's really unfortunate that I can't press Dennis because you guys like run field for him every time we get to a point.
She's the mediator.
I'm not running. Actually, this is what I was going to say.
She's not. Listen,
I think
a mediator is someone who doesn't have a bias. Okay. A moderator and mediator is someone who shouldn't lean one way or the other, but instead keeps the conversation running and flowing intelligently and in a specified direction. Okay? So if you have someone who's literally refusing to directly answer and speak to the opposing opinion or the opposing thought, or the opposing topics of reference or points of reference, you are supposed to right the ship and get the one off topic back on topic. This is not what you're doing. You're literally trying to just get them to move on, which is in turn validating Deaf Noodles and his horrible fucking action. That's what this is. That's not what a mediator does. And again, I keep saying, this is not even a debate. There should be no fucking moderator for this.
2014, Stephen Collins, the guy that was the head actor in the show Seventh Heaven, he does not look like, I guess, what a typical, I don't know, what is the typical look of a pedophile? This guy looked like a priest, a good-looking actor. So I understand your point, Papa, of being, of feeling that is derogatory. I am not an attorney, so I
understand your feeling that it's derogatory, not I understand that that's fucked up and that is derogatory. See, this is what I'm saying. This is like this dismissive fucking talk, man. Dismissive. I understand why you feel that's derogatory. It's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You're just trying to get them to come to an agree to disagree point. And that's fucked up, quite frankly, in my opinion. That's fucked up.
What I was about to say is it sounds like you didn't like the gist of the joke.
Because he was using
because it's not a joke.
That I was a pedophile while playing plausible deniability.
Of course, which is understandable.
Jokes are constantly used by people as vehicles to assert particular points. Not always.
Exactly.
Dennis references Stephen Colbert. That's what Stephen Colbert does, right? So the idea that it's just a joke isn't something that you can just say to immediately dismiss the potential harmful nature of the joke, right? So that's something that needs to be made clear.
So tell me what the harmful nature of saying that someone who looks like a pedophile. How did that harm you?
Dennis,
you are implying that they are. What are you talking about? You're so stupid. You're such an unintelligent fucking piece of shit. You are a petulant, uninformed child. This is not complicated. It's crazy to me. This is never going to come to a resolve. And it's literally never going to come to a resolve because Deaf Noodles will never think that what he's doing is wrong. Which is interesting to me because if he were to come out and just admit it, be like, you know what, this was fucked up. Considering how I'm in a lawsuit pursuing somebody for the same thing that is also doing the same thing, doubling down and not acknowledging that it was wrong, I will be the bigger man and say that I was wrong. It's really that simple. It really didn't need to be 2 hours of just a loop. It's simple. To me, it is, at least.
No, so it didn't harm you because you don't have any credibility, right? But the reality, hold on, I'm answering your question.
No.
Okay.
Oh, let's hear him. He's like, he said something. Look at it. He found that gotcha moment. He's trying to find that gotcha moment.
No harm.
Sure.
So what's
So
your
Dennis,
point?
calling
Had no
somebody a
harm.
pedophile can have harm. Thankfully, since you
So
have
there-
no,
but there was no
hold
harm in
on,
this.
Dennis. Thankfully,
The
hold on,
implication
Dennis. Thankfully, since you
You're
accept,
gonna-
since you have no
has the
credibility,
capacity
it
to
doesn't
cause harm.
But I was answering the question of what the harm can be by falsely labeling somebody a pedophile. I want you to understand that people,
Exactly.
real men,
This-
will kill pedophiles. Dennis.
Exactly.
That is all
Yes.
from where I come from. So I don't take it very lightly.
So
So that's
let
the
me say-
harm
let me say
of
this.
accusing someone's a pedophile. You should understand this. Like, I don't know why this is weird that you guys like to play everyone's a pedophile. It's fucking insane and unhinged. Not only is it all the
Yep.
violence,
So-
it's invalidating of fucking molestation
100%,
victims and survivors.
Here's the thing, though.
One second, can I add one thing? Because it didn't end there, Dennis. You also wanted to take it to the streets and ask random people on the street if this person looks like a
And you tagged
pedophile.
the FBI.
You know?
I understand. So, but
Implication. You're trying to signal boost your post, your joke, and tag the FBI to investigate Papa Gut. What's funny about that? What I need someone to explain to me how that's funny. Where is the humor in that? I don't see it. I really, really don't see it. And I never will. I never will be able to see the humor in that.
you literally just said it had no harm. It
And
did
this
absolutely
thankfully
nothing.
didn't because you have no
said-
credibility as a content creator.
Yeah, it had no harm because he nipped it in the bud. And the people can clearly see that it's not true. I mean, I just like this is so fucking crazy. But I guess, hey, whatever. Do what you gotta do. Double down on your piece of shit fucking logic, your harmful rhetoric, and your inability to just be genuine. Just to be a genuine, humble person. With some semblance of a moral compass. Which I don't see very much of. If at all, really.
Look,
But it could.
At the end of the
Somebody
day,
launched that, so
at the end of the day, all it says is that it had no harm.
So you think it's appropriate to make pedophile jokes? That's okay. Like, I just want you to say it.
I think it's appropriate to do any joke about anything. I think everything is fair game. I said it before.
I think
Jesus.
But if you want to do that, that's fair game. And I think it's totally fine. Dennis, I think it's totally fine. You joke about anything. I personally
Let me, bro, please, please let me finish one single point. Please, for the love of God. For the love of God, please, let me finish like something. Let me get one single thought out. I understand that you're like hyped up and you're like all emotional and stuff. It's totally fine, but like
Dismissive. I understand you're so
we've established
emotional and
the
you're
joke
just
had
like,
no
ugh.
effect on you. No effect on you whatsoever.
But just know that I'm so above
Zero.
it. I'm so above it. I know that you're here, but I'm up here. I want you to know that.
And you said it's because you have no credibility. I mean, that's the whole joke of my channel. I said this back in 2019.
The whole joke is that no one should take you seriously because you're a disingenuous, dishonest piece of shit? Well, hey, consider it done, my dude. Consider it done.
I said this back in 2019 in an interview with Vulture, that it was commentary on this, that I shouldn't be considered an NBC, that I shouldn't be considered a news source.
But it's not about being considered a news source or not. It literally isn't. Just because you view yourself as a comedian doesn't absolve you from the implication of saying that this dude is a pedophile. That's not funny. It's not humor. It's not. I would say the same shit if I watched a stand-up fucking special on Netflix. if you're joking about somebody, or if you're making a joke about somebody who is a pedophile, and you're knocking them the fuck down, like if you're making like some Harvey Weinstein fucking joke, or if you're making a joke about, you know, R. Kelly or some shit, that's fine, because that's deserved. They're pieces of shit. But you are now implying that someone is a pedophile that isn't. That's harmful. That's not humor. That is not funny. Only children cannot understand the truth of this. Okay? Only people that believe that everything should be on the table, which is a lot of comedians, quite frankly. But the thing is, the difference is that a lot of comedians say that everything should be on the table, but yet they still don't go there and imply that an innocent person is a pedophile or whatever. They make their jokes and direct them towards the people that deserve it. And people laugh because they do it in an intelligent way, and they understand that they're shitty people, so it's okay to laugh at it. What you're doing is not funny. It's not funny. It's not humor. It's you being an unhinged, angry man because you can't accept the fact that he made you look like a fucking piece of shit in a debate that you couldn't handle. That's literally what this is. He'll never admit this, but it's literally what this is.
Seriously by everyone. And I shouldn't. That's the joke of what I do. And the fact that people like you keep trying to take me seriously is in and of itself.
Tell that you're playing the game. There's no way that you want to be seen as a guy with zero credibility, because that's how you're seen right now. It's not because of your humor. Nobody really understands the jokes that you make.
Facts.
But like, this is like you're saying things. I don't see why it's funny to call someone a pedophile. You've really been trying to. I don't know why. This is weird. I honestly, I think it's really weird because people have been like, "Dennis, you need to take a break. You need to take a break." And I think it's shitty for people to constantly like, you know. I guess you have. I don't know, man. I think you do need to take a break. I think that you got something going on. There's probably a reason, because that's why you're talking to a therapist about Keemstar, and you should like legitimately take a break. Because, dude, this is fucking unhinged. This is insane that we're even here talking about this.
I've been here for 6 or so hours. I talked to like 50 different people. We had very polite and pleasant conversations. Even when people pushed back on me, the only person who's been like literally yelling at me is you.
Because we've had a conversation before where you screamed at me, and this is how I have to treat a child: is I have to speak up, right? I'm not going to have a fun, nice conversation where we drink tea from somebody calls me a pedophile and makes jokes about like invalidating different traumas, et cetera, et cetera. Like, dude, like the fact that you expect me to be so nice to you, I'm being nice to you, by the way. This is me being assertive, but I'm being nice. This is just what happens when like somebody stands up to you being fucking insane, right? But like, stop trying to play the game. Well, you're the only mean guy here, Dennis. You fucking constantly call me a fucking pedophile. You want me to be nice to you? You poisoned the well. Why would I be nice to you? I'm here being incredible, considering who I am and how aggressive I can get. I'm being very nice to you, but I'm not letting you get away with your fucking bullshit. That's what you're upset about, because everybody else is sitting here listening to every fucking nonsensical bullshit thing that you have to say, going, Dennis, I agree, you're a good person. You're not. Those people are incredible because they have the patience for you. I've interacted with you more personally. We've been here. We've had the conversations. I've seen how you sneak your way out of incredibly slimy fucking scumbag takes. I know you. Okay, I've seen how I was massively charitable our last conversation. I know you're not a good person, and I'm not going to sit here and be charitable and let you constantly pivot onto 17 other points to avoid everything. This is how you need to be talked to because you weren't disciplined as a child. That's where we're at.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. Now you're taking the role of my dad.
Hey guys, I guess we can't put a blanket on whether someone is a good or bad human. I guess.
Yes, you can.
Well, I think Dennis is a bad person. That's how he interacts. Okay, that's my opinion.
You're entitled to your opinion. Yes. So, are you just trying to sort of? Do you want Dennis to say that joke, to agree that joke was in bad taste, or I guess what What are we trying to accomplish here?
It's not
this
a joke.
Particular point of this thing
In
about the going
general-
around and
in
the
general, my point is I'm trying to interact and he's constantly pivoting, so I'm holding him to a point. That's the entire conversation, what it's been. It's a constant pivot to different points, very dishonest points. That's what I'm engaging in, right? And now he's like, Papa, you're being mean to me. Yes, because I know that this is the way that you interact. So that's why I went on this tangent, is because he was trying to appeal to emotions, saying, guys, Papa Gut is so mean, as a way to try to, like, sort of subtextually say I'm a bad guy and I'm arguing in bad faith. But what I'm doing is I'm holding to him to his points. I'm responding to his points that he doesn't realize he's making because he's being dishonest. That's what I'm doing. I'm picking apart everything that he says. I am playing semantics because this is the conversation. I'm not going to be charitable to somebody who calls people fucking pedophiles constantly. So, like, what do you, like, this is the point of this conversation, is to keep Dennis held accountable for the shitty things that he has done and that he'll continue to do if everybody runs defense for this guy. That's where we're at.
So, thing, I just want to be able to get a single word in, because this whole conversation, I don't even know.
I haven't been able to speak. Oh, poor me.
It's just been you railroading the whole thing. So here's the thing. You said several different things. First off, you insulted everybody in the chat right now, saying that they've been just sucking up to me when a lot of
love them a lot, and I think that they're really kind-hearted people. I didn't. No, see, you're already doing the dishonesty game. But I know you more personally, so your framing is already disingenuous. I'm holding you to your shit. You're actively lying to everybody, so I'm going to correct you. Don't lie, and I won't have to interrupt you.
Exactly.
Let me talk. You insulted
I
everybody
did not
in the
insult
chat.
anybody. I said that they're really great people, but I know you more personally. You're lying again, right off the bat.
You don't know me more personally.
Then
Ari,
these guys
Ari,
probably have interacted with you.
Bro.
Listen, here, let me just try to interject. I watched your entire YouTube video, Papa. I understand where you're coming from. Nobody wants to be called that they look like a pedophile, that they look like anything that's derogatory.
This is the second time Dennis
Of
has
course.
done this, and so he's being pushed to accountability.
I
It's not-
understand,
I know you-
and
I
let
know
me
you
just
watched-
finish.
I
I
know
totally
you watched that one
understand.
instance, but again, this is an 8-month period of Dennis.
Of course, and
so,
I want you to know, and this is the last thing I'll say, and I'll let Dennis talk, but, you know, I think a year and a half ago, Dennis did something very kind and charitable for me behind the scenes without anybody watching, and I won't even say what it is, but it was something.
That literally just proves your bias, and you're supposed to be the moderator? Fucking bye. Are you kidding me? Dude, this is a joke at this point. Like, Papa Gutley literally needs to be like, you know what? Bye, y'all. Like, this is going nowhere. Like, seriously. This is laughable. Laughable. This girl has no business being the moderator because she's clearly biased. Papa Gut, I understand where you're coming from, but you're wrong. What?
Incredible towards me, and it really changed my life in a positive way, and he didn't tweet about it, he didn't talk about it, so I disagree that he's a bad human being. I think potentially that...
So he can't be bad because you are one person he did something nice for? Really? You're that important? This is what I'm saying. This is literally the perfect example. Like, it's all an echo chamber, right? You have Deaf Noodles, who can admit that what he did to Papa Gut is wrong, but he staunchly believes that what Keemstar did to him is wrong, okay? Same scenario, all right? You have now this girl saying that, well, Def can't be bad because he did something nice for me. One time. And he didn't tell nobody about it. So that makes him a good person? No, he just did something nice for you. That doesn't speak to someone's character. Okay? If he was somebody who was just so selfless that all he did was just, offer, himself, offer his platform, offer his voice to everybody, and he was just so fucking selfless and wasn't about and so trapped in his own ego, fine. Then I'll be able to understand that what you're saying is factual. But you can't get me to believe that an entire person's personality and character is based off of the one thing that he did for one person. It's nonsense. It's literally nonsense. It just shows that you're biased in your opinion, and you should not be moderating a conversation between two opposing people, one of which you favor over the other. Period.
I do think that these jokes were made in poor taste, but I don't think he's a bad human being, and I don't think you're a bad human being. So what?
People keep hiding behind the fact that these are jokes, dude. This is really getting under my skin at this point, because it's not humor. They were not funny. Just because he said they were jokes doesn't mean they were jokes. It is a defense mechanism. He is literally weaponizing humor and joking and the word comedian, because he has the word comedian in his bio, does not absolve him of all of this shit. It just doesn't. Why are you not holding him accountable for his actions? Don't just say, I think the jokes were in poor taste. No. I think that your actions were in poor taste. See, this is where semantics matter. They were literally just arguing about semantics earlier because semantics are important. Okay? Because semantics expose your biases on different topics. If you would have come out and said, listen, Deaf Noodles, I think that your actions are inappropriate and you are wrong for doing so, and I personally believe that you should apologize for them, and then move on with whatever else you have to say. But that's not what she did. That's not what she said. She's like, these jokes, I understand that they were in poor taste. However, it's like, no. That's very dismissive and, again, disingenuous. And it just literally exposes your bias in this situation. Someone who wasn't directly affected can't understand why it's inappropriate and wrong. And you're just trying to dissolve everything into it just being a joke. Ugh. I really need this to end. I've literally, this podcast is now 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. I've literally been sitting here for 4.5 hours, just falling into this pit of fucking mania. Like, I'm going crazy. Man. I can't. Like, these people really believe what they say. They're really saying it with their whole fucking chest.
Like, actually resolve to just do something, I guess. I mean, if you just think he's a terrible person and you're just here to prove that point and that's all the reason why we're here, or is this to try to, like, get something positive out of this conversation and say, hey, I need to work on this. I heard you apologize for what you said, what you tweeted before, and I think that's good. Listen.
But why does Papa Gut have to be the one to be that person and say these things when he is the victim in this scenario? What are you, victim blaming now? Come on, dude. What is this? This is fucking wild.
The internet. I mean, you have to be able to apologize and move forward and agree to disagree on some points, or what is it that we're doing here? Just trying to cancel everybody?
So I'm not trying to cancel.
Oh my god, dude!
So here's what I said before. Let's just do a closing statement and I'll just walk off. That's totally fine. That is one thing.
Dude, honestly, at this point, that's the best thing he can do. The best fucking thing he can do is literally, hey, just say your fucking final talking point and just leave, because it's never gonna go anywhere. What needed to be done has already been done. Papa Gut literally did what he needed to do. He said what he needed to say and further exposed Deaf Noodle's fucking bullshit. And that's it. That's all he needs to do. That's all he needed to do. Now he can just walk away and, make his video. I don't know if he's done a video yet. I'll look. But, I mean, it's like, this is wild. This is fucking wild. These are literally unintelligent children trying to have grown people conversations. Seriously. Papa Gut is the adult in this conversation. The only one that's logically bringing up intelligent points to talk about. and everyone is just like, trying to shoo it away as if, you know, he's being difficult. It's like, no, he's not being difficult. He's been, you know, publicly shamed by this guy, and everyone seems to be okay with it, regardless of what they say. I understand why you're upset. It's like, really, do you? You don't fucking seem like it.
But like, if you want Dennis to do a closing, I'll do a closing. You can keep your live going, and then we'll walk off. Like, that's all I really care about doing. I came in here to hold Dennis accountable for what he said, right? So if you want to do like a closing thing out, you can bang out. That's totally fine.
Sure, I think. Dennis, what do you think about that?
Honestly,
oh shit. Oh shit. Here we go. So, turns out Papa Gut actually did post the video confronting Deaf Noodles live. It's 2 hours and 16 minutes. Well, I'm obviously not gonna watch it in this video. I mean, even though, like, I technically don't have to watch it, but I think it would be important to be able to visualize the scenario versus just hearing it. Even though it's not like it's gonna change my opinion on anything, but I'll watch it in my own time. But this is insane.
Helping mediate. I just don't think. I don't know if we can get anything else out of this conversation.
Because you won't allow it to happen. That's why. You don't know if you can get anything out of this conversation because you can't admit your own faults? Come on now.
If we want to do that, then let's do that. Do some closing or whatever it is, you know, and move on.
Sure. You want to go first? Well, you should go first. Go ahead.
All right, it sounds like you want to go. You got a lot to say.
Could I just interject really quickly? Because I just think it would be conducive for genuinely for you to just explain what made that a joke, what made the pedophile joke a joke, because I don't claim to understand comedy. I don't. I'm not funny in any way.
Why is it funny?
So explain to me and the people who don't understand what makes that a joke and not just a shitty statement.
Of course. There is such a thing as labeling joke. Joke is a genre of jokes that typically do the improv and roasts to label something or objects certain things. So by saying like one of the roasts there is roast jokes is somebody, one of my friends like said this joke. Like they said it at a roast. It's like the video has like 5 million views on YouTube. You can probably look it up. It's at the stand. So she essentially says that the guy she's roasting looks like Santa Claus who touches kids at a mall. That's labeling. That's, you know, essentially saying that he's a pedophile. It looks like Santa Claus. You know, so that's a labeling. That's the kind of jokes you get at roasts. You know, so what I essentially did was that type of joke. It was a labeling joke. You know, so it was more on the nose than, you know, something left up for you to, you know, come up to that conclusion. But that's what made it a joke. It was, you know.
Why was that a joke and not what Keemstar says now that he says it's a joke? Wasn't it just only based?
Exactly.
Says he was joking. So
but of course Dennis is going to be like, I've already explained why they're so different when they're really not. They're literally not.
Would that have meant that none of it would have mattered?
I mean, I can't litigate what's going to happen, right? Like this whole thing.
Yeah, I don't think we should do that.
Well, I mean,
I don't think you should do that. Girl, stop.
But I understand why you can't talk about it because you have litigation. Let me just
finish talking real quick. I explained this earlier to the best that I could explain it. Okay?
Did you?
And you're free to go back and listen to the difference between my statement and his statement. Okay? I explained it very plainly. I walked you through it. This is maybe the 5th time that I explained it in this whole thing. There's a very big difference. And that was
the fact
it.
That you did it for like a weekend. You did it for like one post, right? That was the difference.
Look, I thought we were doing closing.
Well, then closing.
Yeah, let's move forward. Let's move forward. I think that By the way, it sounds like he's saying that this could have been a labeling joke, same as if, somebody looks disheveled and they said this person looks homeless or something like that. I mean, I'm not saying whether it's funny or not.
Okay, then it's just.
Of course, I agree.
That's so dismissive of the
I don't
truth.
disagree, but let's move forward.
Paige knows what this is about, and you don't, and I'm very sorry, but it feels very one-sided towards Def.
100%.
Your defense towards everything is more in like Def's favor rather than Papa Gut. Def didn't make just one joke. It's the way he worded things. It's the way that he kept on going on and on and on and on for days. So it's not about these
And
things.
he's still doubling down that it was okay. I mean, that's something that nobody's really.
He still is.
I don't want to say I'm not taking anybody's side, and like I said,
that you are,
I
though,
did think those jokes were in poor taste, but
you are.
Exactly,
You are. And I understand, Def did something good for you, so you want to have his back. But in
I
cases
really
like
felt
this,
for Papa when I watched that video.
No, you
it was
didn't.
cool, and
Girl,
it really
stop.
made me feel like there was a lot of miscommunication going on here, and there's a lot
What
of
miscommunication? Where? There is literally no miscommunication. It's very direct. He very directly implied that he looks like a pedophile, and then tagged a video, or not a video, an image of a van. So this is his pedo van, or whatever the fuck he said, right? And then tagged the FBI in the comments, so that he should be on a watch list. It's very direct. Where's the miscommunication? I need you, whoever this girl is, I need you to explain why or what you believe is miscommunication. What is the miscommunication here? Because I am failing to see it.
Sort of, potentially there's just a lot of, distaste for each other, and when that happens,
True. But the
I
thing you
think
have to understand is that this distaste from Dennis doesn't come from this isolated incident. When we had our first interaction, it really comes from a conversation where he's yelling and screaming at me while I'm trying to have a conversation with him. There's a lot of history, and I understand that you got a really good interaction with him, and I think that's great. There seems to be times where Dennis can be a good person, but for some reason, he's just not a good person when it comes to me. I don't know why.
Because he has a bias. He just doesn't like him. That's the
reality
point.
Of what's happening here. And it's very much all like it's just all over the internet. You can watch my videos. I go in depth on every single thing, right? So that's the biggest issue.
I understand that, and I'm empathetic towards that, and I apologize if it sounds like I'm skewing one way or the other. I'm just really trying to let you guys have a conversation. Like I said,
I'd like to end like Dennis, just closing statement. I'll close, and then
do your thing.
No, you go first.
Obi, I'll let you go. Gentlemen,
All right,
go.
All right, so here's my closing statement. Here's the reality. I've interacted with you for quite a while. After our first interaction, you made a massive mistake that you admitted, right? You apologized multiple times profusely. At that time, I was being very charitable, and I was taking it as you were being genuine, right? I DM'd you, I said we could get like a beer, this and that. Like I was trying to really resolve that thing, despite everybody saying I shouldn't. Moving forward to this, your unprompted targeting of me in this weird way where you admitted that like you were never genuine in the first place has absolutely triggered me understanding, at least when it comes to your interaction with me, that you are wildly dishonest, at least when it comes to me. I don't think that you can, I'm never going to accept the apology because it doesn't come from an actual place of honesty. You've been doing your best to frame this conversation in a really dishonest way, and I don't think that you really care. I think that if
he doesn't care,
backlash,
it's clear he doesn't care.
Substantial amount of backlash.
He doesn't think that he
would've
did
doubled
anything
down
wrong.
and you would have felt powerful about it. But the reality is that I don't feel powerful going after people that I think are weaker than me because that's what a pathetic person does. I would never do that to the smaller content creator, and I would never disrespect somebody like that. I don't think it's funny to make these types of disgusting jokes. I made one before, even though it was in good context to try to call out a predator, which is something, or an alleged predator, which I've used my platform to do multiple times. It was still inappropriate, and I am the reason why people still talk about it, because it is something that I talk about as a failure in my career. Okay, but you continuously are doubling down, thinking it's funny to invalidate. And this is what happens when you joke about these things. It's invalidating to abuse victims. Now, I get it. In your sphere, you do you. Anybody can do whatever they want in their sphere. I'm not part of your sphere. It's not appropriate to make pedophile or rape jokes. Other people might think so, and if you want to do that, be my guest. But I think it's disgusting and invalidating, especially as somebody who purports to care about social issues, right?
Yup.
For somebody else who didn't give a fuck about any of the politics or something,
100%.
a lot of the commentary community, I don't really take it as personal, but you pretend to care, and you've shown time and time again that you don't. I don't think you're honest. I don't think that you're genuine, and I think that moving from here, you're going to do your best to reclaim your career. But I'm telling you, Dennis, stop trying to interact with me, and I won't interact with you if you stop talking about social issues. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about, because you are actively having a harmful impact on the social sphere. Your conversation with Christian Walker was insane. You let him get away with everything under the sun. You pushed back like one time. It was disgusting. You didn't push him back at all with like the homophobic shit he was saying whatsoever. Like, you've proven time and time again that you shouldn't be talking about these topics, and that's totally fine. Some people don't have an interest. I think that's totally cool. You shouldn't have an interest. It's fucking insane. But I do, and when you assassinate conversations in like different social narratives over and over again, you've proven yourself that maybe you should stick to talking about how big of a shit Trisha Paytas has taken. That's my closing statement. I'll never accept an apology because I don't think you can be genuine. But if you show me that one day, I'll cut my leg off and I'll send it to you. How does that sound?
Well, that was surely a lot.
That's a closing statement, Beth. Thank you.
Okay, you gonna let me talk, or you gonna interrupt me?
Just fucking talk, dude. He's such a fucking child, yo.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. All right. Sorry, going into the other room. My dogs.
Here we go again with the fucking dogs.
So,
deflect.
You said a whole lot of stuff, and like honestly, there's a whole lot of it that's just like trying to frame me as like the most evil human being in the world, and like the worst person ever, and I'm like such a bad person, and you know, like
oh god, circle,
awful, right? According to you, you know, even though we really have never interacted. I mean, we had like that debate, I guess.
Dude, you're saying something without saying anything. That's
like
literally
what's
happening.
Just about this past week, had like somewhat of a Twitter interaction. You know,
somewhat.
The people who actually like know me and have met me and are around me like daily know that you know, I'm not like a badly intentioned person.
Yes, you are.
I don't do things to like.
At least in this scenario,
of, like, that
I can say for certain.
Their lives.
As my belief,
as best as possible, and throughout these hours that I've been here talking to numerous people, not just you, I've been talking to a lot of different people today, and hearing them out, and trying my best to like explain where I'm coming from, so they can understand where I'm coming from. At the end of the day, I honestly just want to make peace. And
no, you don't.
Don't want to accept it for some reason. That's
don't.
Fine. That's your prerogative. Honestly, I don't really want to, you know, create more reasons to have conflict, especially on the internet. There's already a lot of negativity, and you know, and surely some of my jokes or some of the statements that I made, you know, have helped propagate some negativity. So, you know, at the end of the day, not perfect. Gonna do my best to have better statements in the future. But yeah,
sure.
Honestly, I just want to. I think it was cool to have you on, so that we could.
Really, was it cool? Do you really believe it was cool,
you know,
Dev?
Try to make peace and come to an understanding. I know this at certain points was very confrontational.
Here, I have to stop it, even though it's almost over, and I really need this to end, because I really need to end this fucking recording at 5 hours. Like, that's my fucking limit. But how do you expect to come to an understanding and a resolve when you literally have this entire time doubled down on your point and literally absolved it all, or dissolved it all, to just being jokes, to just being humorous? How do you expect to get there without just blatantly admitting that it's gross, disgusting, should have never happened, and don't try to hide behind the fact that you're just an internet comedian? This is not funny. This is not funny. These are not jokes. You are not Jim Brewer, okay? You are not Jim Gaffigan, all right? You are not David Spade. You are not Adam Sandler. You're not Leslie Jones. What are we talking about? You're sure as fuck not no damn Dave Chappelle. Come on. What the fuck is this? This is nonsense. This is pandering. Now he's pandering. So that way, you know, we've spent all this time listening to all the bullshit, and now he wants the last thing for his audience to remember. He's like, well, he acknowledged it at the end of it, so everything's fine. That's what this is. And it's not going to work. It's not going to work.
I hope everybody who's been listening, you know, and voice their thoughts, feels like they were able to voice everything that they wanted to voice. I hope everybody who's, you know, been following along for the last few hours was able to, you know, get some insight into what's going on. I really appreciate everybody who stuck around. I appreciate, you know, everybody who spoke. I appreciate Nick, who was a host for a certain time. I appreciate Ari. I appreciate, you know, you, Papa, you know, everybody else.
Disingenuous. No, you don't.
I like my own tweet. Thank you for stopping by.
Hey, Dennis.
Yeah.
Before you close out, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to moderate. I know, Papa, you don't know me, but I think it was appropriate since there was horrendous and untrue things published about me in the New York Times by Taylor Lorenz. And I am basically the biggest advocate here for people who are unfairly smeared.
Death Noodles, the White Knight. He was this girl's white knight. So here I am. Here I am. Let me stroke your ego. Let me play the violin. Well, I don't want to get, you know, I don't want to get struck for for humming the fucking theme from the end of the Titanic movie. But come on. Like, this is silly. This is literally just silly.
I lost my career, and I was in probably the darkest place of my entire life after it happened. So I'm extremely sorry that you were both in this situation, and I hope that everyone has a chance to heal and learn from it and maybe change and do better moving forward. But anyway, I just want to say thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you for...
Yeah. Thank the man that literally is labeling the person that he's been arguing with this whole time as a pedophile. Because he did one act of kindness for you. So that completely invalidates everything else, right? But you hope that they come to a resolve and come to, you know, some mutual understanding. There is no mutual understanding when the aggressor of this topic, which is Deaf Noodles, doesn't even understand why he's wrong. This is such fuckery. This is literally such fuckery.
Doing this, I appreciate it. Yeah, and you know, hopefully this was a sign of like the things that can be done on the internet. Two people who don't agree with each other come together and try to have a conversation and work things out in public.
Nothing has been worked out. That's the point. What are you doing? Again, this is so manipulative. This is literally him manipulating the people that are listening and the people that are going to be talking about this moving forward. He's literally manipulating all of you. Literally manipulating you to believe, like, well, we came to an understanding, everything's cool, even though I admitted no wrongdoing. Even though all I did was apologize for him getting his feelings hurt. What the fuck is happening?
You know, I recently did that with Christian Walker, even though I got a lot of criticism for it. I don't agree with anything he has to say. He is kind of a basket case. There's a lot going on there.
So why didn't you challenge him? Correctly, intelligently, thoroughly, effectively? Why did you fail in that regard? But now you're able to just so strongly, he's a basket case piece of shit, but you don't understand how it's harmful to platform somebody like that and not able to accurately dismantle their harmful rhetoric. You don't understand how that's harmful? How impressionable fucking children can listen to that? And literally that just watching that debate or lack thereof can influence the rest of their lives, or how it can be harmful to them and cause them to have these insane, impure thoughts and do something that, you know, can be very, very harmful to themselves and affect their family for a lifetime of hurt and pain. He doesn't understand. He never will understand. He's going to continue to be the same person. I think we can come to that conclusion just based on how his closing statement here is filling out. He doesn't get it. He won't. And the reason why is not because he can't understand. It's because he doesn't care enough to understand.
I did my best to push back. You know, and at the end
that
of the
was
day,
your best,
I think it's important to have conversations like this because we all end up kind of understanding each other a little better, and kind of hopefully moving towards a more positive direction as far as discourse goes, because everything is just so divided nowadays. It's just so A and B.
It's divided for a reason, because of people like you. Okay? You want to talk about who's fueling the engine of the alt-right pipeline? You are an example of that. And it's laughable that you would have even referenced Rich Lux as being that person. You are that person, Def Noodles. Whether or not you want to admit it or acknowledge it, you are that person. So congratulations.
You know, you're the enemy, you're the villain, you're the good guy, you know. So I think it's better to just talk things out so we can all get along, hopefully. So yeah, I want to thank everybody who took the time to listen in and stop by and talk and do their thing. And yeah, any final words? Anybody who's here as a speaker? Anybody else want to say anything? Okay, I'm going to take that as that's the end of it. So I'm going to end this very long Twitter space.
Okay, I'm not even going to give him the remaining minute of this. I just can't. I literally can't. Listen, at the end of the day, he literally lessened his actions this entire time. He diminished the conversation at hand by continuing to double down on why what he did was okay. He believes to his core that there is nothing wrong with what he did, and he bottles all of that up in just saying that they're just jokes. I am a Twitter comedian. Listen, if he was somebody that literally just said, look, dude, I'm an internet troll, okay? I say things just to fucking say it. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you, fuck your mother, okay? If he literally just was that person, I would at least respect the hustle and be like, well, that's just who he is. Let's move on. But no, the real issue is that he is trying to put out that he has like some enlarged moral compass and how he's really a champion for, you know, for marginalized people and, you know, marginalized voices, and he's the voice of reason and all this fucking shit, right? You can't champion all this and then not be the person to recognize when you're wrong. Ethan Klein has done this multiple times. A lot of people on the internet have done this multiple times. And you are no better than them. literally no better than them. So I just fucking can't. Like, I'm ending here. If you've listened to this far, listen, I appreciate you. I appreciate each and every one of you. And understand that your feelings are valid. And don't you ever think about letting somebody invalidate you and who you are. Never allow that to happen. Speak up for yourself and live your life how you want to fucking live it. Don't let somebody like Deaf Noodles try to tell you who you are. And I'm going to end there. Thank you guys for listening. If you've listened this far, y'all have a great rest of your day, rest of your week, and try to have productive and honest conversations. Thank you so much, guys. Have a good one.